continuing with the panel session. Then we'll continue with our topic presentations. So Dr. Salom, you're welcome. And you are going to take us through the program of the whole day and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Panklas. Good morning, everyone. This morning, I'll be your chair. My name is Salom Meguchu, as you've heard. And I would be glad to welcome the presenters for this session. This session will have a keynote address, and we'll also have a panel discussion after that. And the keynote presentation we are given by Biena Andres of SAP from Oldenburg, Germany. And he'll be presenting online. So our tech team is Biena online. Okay. So the topic that Biena will be giving us, it's on partnership for innovation in embedded and mobile systems. But that is industry partnerships for innovation in embedded and mobile systems. And indeed, we are looking into seeing how we can also strengthen academia industry partnerships within our region. So we'll be glad to hear what will be shared from the German collaborators. And also, eventually, we get experience also from the panel session. The panel session will be talking about the role of EMoS in addressing economic problems. And we'll pose some key questions to the panelists. So let's wait for his lady. So, Biena, you can put your camera on and you start your presentation, which is on industry partnership for innovation in embedded and mobile systems. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so then I would need to share something. It's not turned on yet. Can you please give me presenter rights?
Recording stopped.
Share your screen, please.
Yeah, it's not working yet. It's not turned on.
Tech team, you need to allow the multiple presenter to share his screen. It's ready now. Try now.
Okay. Good. So, just a second. Good. I hope you can see my presentation.
Sure. Good to go. Put it in presentations format.
Like that?
Good. Go ahead.
Good. Good. So, thanks for having me. So, it's my pleasure to give you a little update about what we offer from SAP side in terms of learning offerings for you as educators, but also for students and the young generation also in your region. I had last year the pleasure to attend a conference in Arusha together with Professor Marx Gomez, who is also in the call. And this time, unfortunately, I have to present it remotely. I hope you had a very nice first conference day and another good second day coming up. So before I jump a little bit into what I would like to present to you, just a little bit of, that you know who is talking to you. So my name is André Wiener. I'm responsible at the University Alliances program at SAP for the DACH region. So I'm responsible for Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. I'm collaborating with many universities in that region, also with some like the University of Oldenburg, where Professor Marx Gomez is active with a lot of ties and relationships also to Africa and other parts of the world. So that's why I'm really happy to present today also in that conference. If you want to stay in contact, or if you have some follow-up questions, feel free to scan the QR code in the upper right-hand corner and connect with me on LinkedIn, and then we can discuss topics further. I also have in the presentation a few QR codes for some of the offerings we have available, so maybe have your cell phone ready if you're interested in getting more information about that. Okay, I hope some of you at least know SAP. So just to set a little bit the stage, so we are active since 52 years on the market. We have a very broad customer base worldwide. So 92% of the Forbes Global 2000 companies are SAP customers. So some of the brands here you probably know or maybe use them. So global brands, local brands, we have big companies, smaller companies. So that most of you have touched already today in, I don't know, whatever you did this morning, an SAP system. So a few numbers. So SAP, as said, 52 years on the market. We have more than 400,000 customers worldwide, many large scale or large customers, but also a growing number of small and mid-sized customers, especially because we offer our solutions now mainly as cloud solutions. More than 100,000 employees worldwide. We have presence in a lot of countries, colleagues basically working from every part of the world. We have a huge partner ecosystem, so we work a lot with partners worldwide, so to implement SAP solutions at the customers, but also in terms of enriching our software solutions with those offerings from those smaller partner companies. SAP is available in 26 different industries, so obviously there are certain solutions which are generic across all industries, like be it finance, controlling, HR, and so on, but there are also very specific solutions in those different industries, so be it utilities, chemical, automotive, you name it. So if you go on our website, you find more details on that, which industries we serve and what is available. Last year, around 31 billion euro revenue. So we are active in more than 190 countries. So a truly global company. And I think we also do something right when it comes to attracting talent, keeping talent and employees. So we are constantly ranked very highly in HR scores when it comes to satisfaction with SAP as an employer. As you might know, we offer obviously like ERP, that's what we got famous for since 52 years. That's like ERP, now it's called S4HANA. As you can see here, Cloud ERP. So we are offering our ERP solution now mainly in the cloud. There are still some customers, or quite a few customers to be honest, who still run SAP on their local machines, their local infrastructure. But the strategy of SAP is to go more and more into delivering the ERP solutions as cloud solutions, to be agile, to be capable of changing the solutions on a regular basis. So obviously cloud solutions are have a better opportunity to adjust to changing customer needs and market needs as well. The underlying technology SAP has is called Business Technology Platform. This is basically our foundation where all the solutions are built on. So as I said, Cloud ERP is the main solution, the stack what we have available. Then we have those, what I just said, 26 different industry specific solutions around it. 4 main topics we are driving. So human capital management, so HR is one big topic, spend management and business network, supply chain management, and customer relationship management. So those are the 4 main pillars SAP has. Around that, you see the ecosystem solutions, what I just said, 25,000 partners. So a lot of smaller and bigger companies offer their specific solutions on top of SAP. And obviously AI is all over the place. So that's true in all parts of the world. I'm at the moment in Latvia, in Riga. So we had yesterday an innovation day here in that part of Europe. So a lot of customers, a lot of partners here, a lot of interest in what AI can do. And I don't want to go into too much detail there. I mean, if you're interested, I can definitely refer you to our website and the different sources available. But one thing I would just briefly like to mention is our is Joule. I don't know whom of you have heard about that SAP offering. I can see you. Maybe you can raise your hand if one of you has heard about it already. I mean, it's a very little image I can see of you, but is there anyone in the room who has heard about Joule from SAP? Okay, I don't see any hands, but all good. So basically, Joule, what is it? It's basically an AI co-pilot. So where you, as a customer or an employee of a company, you can ask questions basically to your installed solutions in the company. So similar to ChatGPT, you can ask questions and you can prompt certain activities without going in the different solutions. So you do it all in one solution, which is called Joule, where you can go into booking a ticket for a trip, getting numbers for your sales team and so on. So it's really like a growing number of where AI is really embedded and built into all the SAP solutions available on the market, and more to come in the future. If you're interested, take a look at our website. You find all the details there. SAP has a purpose statement. I'm with SAP since almost 20 years, so that was already in place when I joined SAP. It's still true. So our goal as a company is to help the world run better and improve people's lives. So obviously, business, look at business, so help the world run better, but then also improve people's lives. So really, we see our market share and our power on the market, also as an obligation to change things in a positive direction. And that's true around the world. It's also true in Africa. And that's why we are also really looking for collaboration and enriching our activities in all parts of the world. One part, how we do it, it's university alliances. So basically we're collaborating with a lot of universities worldwide in all regions of the world and bring technology and new technical topics into the classroom. And I would just like to briefly talk you through that topic. So we have for the DACH region, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, so our home market, so to say. But we have colleagues basically in all parts of the world, also colleagues in Africa, in Asia, in North and South America, so all over the world, basically working with institutions. So what is our goal as a team? So we try and aim for basically that the next generation loves, maybe a strong statement, but understands and loves to learn, research, and innovate with business applications and the underlying technologies. So to better understand what is out there, what do companies worldwide struggle with, what are the challenges they face, and how can business software help and support those topics. And basically we try and want to offer to those students, but also to faculty in order to make sure that they have a future on the job market, that they understand basically how companies need to run today and in the future. And this is what we are doing as a team. As said, more than almost 3,000 institutions. You can see a little bit here how this is being distributed worldwide. So obviously we have a strong presence in Europe because we are headquartered still in Germany. We started with that program 25 years ago in Germany, and then it grew basically worldwide. But you can see we have basically presence in all parts of the world. We have on the one hand side higher educational institutions like universities, like colleges, like for example the University of Professor Marx Gomez, University of Oldenburg is one strong partner in Germany, but we have many more. And on the other hand, we also have already also a program looking at younger kids or the younger generation. So we have a secondary and vocational school program. It's called Young Thinkers, where we really try to engage with kids, to work with kids, to make them curious about programming. So there's a program language called Snap, similar to Scratch. Maybe some of you know that. So it's something a colleague in my team has developed at University of Berkeley. So this is, for example, a really playful, easy way for kids to learn how to code. It's available over the internet, so they can do it on their own. They can do it in the school. So this is worldwide available and definitely worth taking a look. If there are questions, if you don't find it, let me know. Happy to help. We have offerings in our organization for very different stakeholders. So one obviously is universities and academia, so faculty. So we're really working since many years with professors, with teachers, lecturers in order to bring SAP technology and technology overall into the classroom. So this is one element. The other one is obviously the students themselves. We are really trying to also approach and reach students directly. We work a lot with education and industry partners, and also, as I just said, with teachers in schools. So what do we have available? It's always a question. I mean, that was also what was asked yesterday here in Riga at that Innovation Day. So we have free offerings, we have paid offerings. So some of the offerings cost money for the educational institution. But as you can see on the left-hand side, there is quite a bit of free offerings now available. That's different than, let's say, a few years ago. So I have a few more details on that on the next slides. Again, if something is missing, if there's something unclear, I have again my contact details at the end, and happy to send you the material, guide you through the presentation if there are questions coming up afterwards. So on the paid offering side, we offer our solutions via the so-called University and Academic Competence Center. So those are institutions at big universities worldwide who offer and provide SAP solutions for schools and educational institutions. So the two big ones in the EMEA region is on one hand side at the University of Magdeburg in Germany, and the other one is at the Technical University in Munich. So they provide basically solutions all the way from Iceland to South Africa. If any one of you or any university in your region is using SAP, there's a good chance that they are either served by Magdeburg or by Munich. There's also at the University of Cape Town, there's a so-called academic competence center. So they are really looking at more from a regional perspective at offerings. They adjust offerings when it comes to language in terms of certain offerings which are needs to be adjusted for local markets. So that's basically in Africa our presence, and also they're working very closely with my colleague who sits in South Africa and is supporting the African market. Another paid offering, or which has a small fee, it's called ERP Sim. So if students want to learn how to use SAP solutions, I mean, there's a playful way. It's kind of a simulation game, so where they can form small teams and can work together in teams, can simulate a company. They have to make decisions when it comes to the pricing in terms of when to buy which products. So it's a really cool offering. It's available from HEC Montreal, in Canada, also in your part of the world. So if you're interested, take a look, approach one of the UCCs, either Magdeburg or Munich, and they can help you get a better understanding. Or if you're not from university, if you're from a customer or a partner, and if you have interest in maybe supporting a university by that offering, reach out to us, and we are happy to guide you through that. I'm doing that job since several years, so there's quite a lot of uncertainty and unclarity when it comes to what offers exist and where to find what. So what we have done recently, we have set up like so-called learning pathways. So they are basically easy to understand and clickable overviews about what is available for certain projects, certain topics we have available. So it depends if a university or a lecturer would really like to go deep into a topic, then obviously they can really use the certification or deep dive offerings. If they say, I just want to have a teaser for my students, I would like to introduce them to a certain topic, they are more on the discover and explore phase. So take a look. I mean, the QR code you can see up there guides you through to the overview where you find all the different solutions. And this logic is available for most of our solutions are available on the market, so that you as an educator can really use it, or maybe you can also forward it to your students directly so that they can use what is available. One really cool offer we have available since a couple of years now, it's the so-called SAP Learning. It's our learning platform. It's free of charge, so everyone can access it. Most, or I would say the majority of the free of charge courses leads to certification. So really something what a student can use if they apply for a career in the industry, when they apply for a job in a consulting company or anything like that. So it's really a good offering. It's available on different levels. There's a beginner level, there's an intermediate level, there's an expert level. So feel free to take a look. What is available, it's always growing. So the number is changing in a positive direction on an ongoing basis. So at the moment we have a little bit more than 300 learning journeys. So this is really something which is also applicable to your region because it's free of charge. Only thing you need is a good and stable internet connection. Other than that, basically it's a great way for students to get exposed to technology and to learn about those topics. Another one, I said, ERP-Sim, like a playful way to work with other students. As you might know, maybe I'm sure it's also a big topic in your region. Analytics topics are really big. What to do with data? I mean, companies collect data. How can you create meaning out of that? So we have an offering now available based on our analytics cloud solution. Also co-developed with the HEC in Montreal. So it's called Business Builders, where students also free of charge can use that offering and can get exposure and experience with the analytics solutions from SAP. So this is also a great offering. It's relatively new. There are still some, I would say, bugs in the system, but I can only encourage you to test it, check it out, and propose it to the students or faculty so that can be used. It's a great way, and I think there is more to come in that area in the near future. Also, what could be an option, we are running in other parts of the world a lot of these kind of so-called next-gen projects. So we bring companies, customers of SAP together with students so that they can learn hands-on about what keeps companies awake all night. So that basically they get first-hand practical experience using SAP technology in a company. If that's of interest, then I would suggest to reach out to my counterpart in South Africa, or maybe you can also approach me so that we can try to figure out which customer in your region would be a good fit. If you are from a company and you say this would be a cool way to work together with a university, let me know and we can try to find a way how to make that happen. Those projects normally are embedded in the curriculum, so students usually get credit points for it, so that increases the motivation of the students to stay in the project. But that can be set up in very different ways. Finally, if you say that all sounds very interesting, I got a rough understanding about what we offer, what can be done, how students can work with us, how faculty can work with us. We have a newsletter. It comes on a regular basis. It's a global newsletter in English. So if you say, I would like to stay informed about what SAP has to offer in that regard, feel free to scan the QR code you can see here. Subscribe, and then you will get it automatically in your inbox, and then you can decide if there's anything interesting for you to work on. With that, I'm done. So again, my contact details, if you have any further questions, if you want to stay in contact, if you want to elaborate on any of what I've said in more detail, feel free to reach out to me. And with that, I'm done, and thank you for your attention and wish you all a very pleasant second day of the conference.
Thank you, Biena. And maybe just 1 or 2 minutes, you can hold on there, and we seek the audience in case there is any who has a burning question. 2 questions. Sure. We've all had WhatsApp is offering on issues, especially touching on University Alliance, benefiting the students and the academic sector. Any question?
Professor Gomez has a question.
Yeah. Hi, Hi, Andre.
Hi,
Good
Jorge.
morning. Good morning to everyone. Just very fast, Andre, thank you very much for your insights and on the program you offer, and yeah, also the possibilities for African universities. Referring to our program and project, the Senate project, which is let's say a regional program addressing all East African countries. How is the possibility, or can you see the possibility to link with which is already existent, like the South African colleagues at in Cape Town at UCT? Is there something we can do, let's say, or envisage for future aspects also with the East African context, or is it more intended that all African universities should connect to what is already there with UCT? Is there any reason why to make something in the East African context again, or can you just give us a your view or your future aspects, what could be set up?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. So yeah, I mean, obviously, what I just presented, this is available basically worldwide. So it's a little bit independent of the region. So obviously, this is something every lecturer, every student can use worldwide. In terms of closer collaboration on a regional level, obviously there are activities. There's also like an African academic board. I mean, Jorge, you are part of the DACH academic board. There's something similar in Africa. So I think we can definitely include much stronger also that part of Africa in future projects, and I think we have follow-ups scheduled in order to see what can be done. So I personally was really impressed last year when I was in the region in Tanzania. I mean, about the eagerness, the motivation. I had a pleasure to attend the Nelson Mandela Institute in Arusha and then to take a look, and so I was really impressed. So I think we should definitely do more, but as I said, my main focus is on another part of the world, so I'm probably not the right person to say what can be done. But I really understand the urgency and also the ideas, and maybe to mention I don't know if any one of the participants who were recently in Vienna are in the room. So that was also really a good opportunity, you know, to connect the African community and the African faculty closer to their counterparts in other parts of the world. So I think more like that, and to build on that, this is really what should take place and what should come up in the future. So we're looking forward and happy to support it in my role where it makes sense, working closely with you, Jorge, and maybe also with some of the faculty in the region. And with that, unfortunately, I have to jump into the next call. So we start a little bit late, but all good. It worked. So all the best and have a nice day and a good conference. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Andre, for your nice presentation. Thanks. And your answer. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So we go now to the next session, which is a session of the panel session, the panelists. And we have 4 panel. Just hold. The panelists who are talking about the role of EMoS in solving the socioeconomic development problems, especially in the region. And I would like to call upon the 4 panelists who are listed here to join us in stage. We have Albert Akamazi. Welcome. Albert is a representative from BPL Bank. So we are glad to have a private sector representation in this. We have Dr. Musa Ari from NMIST, who is representing the academia world. We have Dr. Jennifer Batamuriza from University of Rwanda, so from academia. And we have Ms. Mukeshimana Michelle. And I'm also advised that in this, we'll also have Dr. Jonathan Gugi to be part of this session. So, thank you very much Welcome, karibu, our panelists. We'll welcome your views, but before that, I'll pose general questions to us as a panelist, which will be touching on how embedded mobile systems would solve socioeconomic development problems, especially within the region. And one of the questions, I'll pose it to our private sector representative. And I would like to hear from you as a representative from private sector. What are the emerging trends and future directions in the field of embedded mobile systems for development, in your view?
Thank you so much, and I would like to extend my gratitude to UTAB and the organizers of this conference. We are happy to be here as BPR Bank, as a key partner of UTAB, and I think as one of the key players of facilitating technology growth in the country. For us, this is a very big opportunity to be here today. And I think in terms of emerging trends, we need to first look deeper into why we are seeking newer technology. And as the bank, I think we are lucky to be on both sides of the supply and demand paradigm as far as technology growth is concerned. And we have sought on the demand side, from the bank's point of view, we have sought multiple solutions to simplify access to finance. And one of them is mobile banking, obviously. And if you look at what the legacy systems of mobile banking were a few years ago, it is unrecognizable today. We have created platforms that can not only allow registration of accounts, we're also looking at supply of credit. So we are now pushing mobile credit to various geographical areas in the country, and we are enabling the customer to make decisions through our platforms in terms of their own credit worthiness, but also the ability to save and to map their own savings to particular investments. So today, I feel like we are looking at a diversification of this mobile platform, and it's going to change, obviously. We're looking at new areas of the platform today, new areas for investment. We are going into money markets through the same platform. This allows our customers to buy and sell shares across different money markets. And I think it's a good step. It's a good step. But as we shall be hearing from the panel, I'm sure it's not the only step for us to grow our footprint in the sense of financial inclusion, which, if you now go to the supply side, that's really what, as BPR Bank, that's what we aim to do. I think we have a key role in the economic growth of this country. And through inclusivity, I think we shall see the birth of variations in these technologies. So I think in terms of the new technologies, just to go back to the question, it's really very strong on the mobile side. The statistics today show us that there is a lot of informal growth in the finance sector. And non-bank growth. So we're looking at mobile money as a very key facilitator for use in technology. And so the bank is also plugging into that. So I believe with the inclusion of our credit services on mobile and our different investment options, we shall see a lot of inclusion happening, and we shall see the birth of different technologies within that framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert. And I'll not go in a straight line. I'll go now to the first lady in the room. And I'm over to you, Jennifer. And from academic point of view, and you've also interacted with the private sector and even with the policymakers, I would like, first of all, to hear what are the key opportunities to leverage the embedded mobile systems for socioeconomic impacts? The key opportunities that you view, especially from academic point of view.
So thank you so much. I can talk about that from the academic view. I can say that, first of all, the academic area, this is where innovations comes from. So within these embedded and mobile systems, we've seen that now most of our students are interested in emerging tech. So what we do, I can say even at the university now, we go out here, we talk to the different industry partners, and we ask the problems they are having and the solutions that we can bring. So I can say that there are many innovations that are coming out from the university. Here at the university, we have this Center of Excellence for Internet of Things, we have data science, and you know that all these are emerging tech. So IoT, together with data science, now they contribute to artificial intelligence. And in IoT, we have the embedded systems in there. So what I can say is that the contribution that is given by the academic institution is the innovations that come out there, and those solutions are solutions to the problems in the country, and hence this contributes to the development of the country. So technically, this is what I can say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for highlighting the key opportunities. Opportunities come together with some challenges, which we also need to address. And now over to you, Jonathan. Would you highlight what are the expected key challenges that we need to think about and see the solution to tackle them, especially if we are to look at embedded mobile systems for socioeconomic impact, especially within the region?
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. And life is supposed to be seen halfway full, not halfway empty. When I'm told to see it the other way, it is challenging. However, as an academician, we always have merits and demerits. Talking of the downside, the challenges that you are likely to find when implementing EMoS and embedded systems per se, one is the opportunities to go to school to study. Many of our African youths don't have opportunities to study. That's why, as a consortium, we seek to find scholarships for students to go out and study. The second challenge I would talk about in the same direction is lack of internship opportunities for students to go and implement what they may have studied in class. And by this, maybe we are talking of finding ways to collaborate with industry where they can get hands-on skills opportunities. Another issue basically is on finance. We're talking of embedded systems. It's not cheap, it's not easy, and it requires a lot of money to implement some of these systems for them to keep going. One of our other bigger challenges is on policy based on governments, because there are restrictions from time to time. And generally, this is it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Jonathan. And I come to Michelle. Michelle, we've had opportunities. We've had, especially from the private sector, mainly highlighting the issues of financial inclusion and the like. But it would be important to hear the views, especially the contribution in some of the social sectors, like healthcare, education, agriculture. Which opportunities do you see? Because these are among the specific areas of development challenges within the region that can be impacted by the embedded mobile systems?
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. And as you say, that in a social area like health, we have, yesterday we were following this presentation about this application on health treatment. And we can see that with this EMoS, there can be some solutions, for example, for this medical treatment access to people who are away. And then we know in Africa, and especially in the region, we have also this lack of doctors, and we see lines in the hospitals. But if we have online solutions, then people can access to these facilities from where they are. I think that's one of the solutions that can help to enhance health in the region. And there is also this lack of lecturers, resource humans, and education. And through these online solutions, mobile solutions, then people can get access to these teachings, lectures that are done in the classrooms, but they can, through this solution now, access them the way they want them, and also according to their own availability. We know that learning is not something that is done once, but it's a continuous activity. Even those who are working, they need some trainings. So once there are these solutions that can help them to continue to train themselves where they are, it's also another solution. It's also something that will be helping. And in the morning when we are coming, we are saying mobile phone, you can forget your wallet, it's okay. But once you have your mobile phone, you will know that your money will be with you, communication, everything will be with you. So in the life now, we cannot live without this mobile phone, without these technologies. I think that's a very good solution. However, though, we have many challenges and also some issues like security, like data management. I think there are things that we can manage and try to see how to handle them in order to use this solution properly and for good use and service to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And I come to Musa. Musa, from NMIST at the Senate, you've been implementing and actually contributing in capacity building. And not just that, there is also academia-industry partnership. And we say that academia cannot be in a silo. We would like to hear your view. How can we really strengthen? What are the best strategies that can be used to maximize the potential of embedded mobile systems for development through industry leaders and academia collaboration?
Thank you so much. First, I would like to point out the issue pointed out in terms of banking. Ideally, African cannot develop in a normal way of development. We cannot follow the same sequence of which Europeans or others have developed. We need to catch up very fast. And the financial is one of the key issues of which African has shows we can innovate, but most importantly, we can leap some stages of development. So as other sectors of development, we need to do the same. We don't need to follow the same sequence of in terms of development. So the previous discussion from yesterday and today, it has shown that we need all partners on board in terms of to make sure academia, industry, government, we participate in terms of to ensure we not only develop, but we quickly do this development. So at EMoS, we started in this to link academia and the industry. Initially, it was a bit hard because these are masters and PhD students. You go to industries, you say, we have a master student, we want him to come and stay for at least 6 months. They are used to have undergraduate and diploma students. So if you ask for master's students to come and stay, even the supervisors, they don't have supervisions. So you create another challenge. How can we supervise this student? So initially it was a challenge, but after some times, they have shown they can participate in terms of this industry and academia solutions. And most of the solutions which are developed by the students, they are still used in the industry. Even if the students is not employed there, will go outside to another employment, they are still used, or the industry use the innovations which comes out from the students. And now we have moved a step further. Most of the industry now, I have more requests for students. Can we have a student come and stay for 6 months? So it's not a straightforward job, but we all agree, industry, academia, and the government needs to collaborate in terms to ensure the research, specifically emerging technologies, reach out to the society and community. So it's very important all of us practice this. It's very important all of us make sure we go beyond in our normal ways because, for example, this is a new idea, is not practiced, but we need to make sure the technologies are there to the industries, but most important to make sure we'll stay after even the students go away. So at Nelson Mandela, we have a bit of advantages, and now we are working with a number of industries. Just recently, one of the biggest banks in Tanzania is called the National Microfinance Bank. Came to Nelson Mandela to make sure we establish collaborations, but also they put resources in terms of collaborations. And this is what the academia need. We need the industries to be there to work with us, but resources are limited. So if we can get private companies come to the universities, we work together. As universities, we put researchers, we put students, and as a private sector also put additional resources in terms of manpower, in terms of financing, to make sure not only we test or we provide some of the challenges from the industry to the students to prototype, to have initial development, but most importantly, to develop this all academia and industry relations. So we have moved the steps. We have more engagement now in terms of banking. I mentioned the National Microfinance Bank, but also in terms of ministry, we have one of the ministers there is called the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. We are also developing the solutions for them. But recently, this engagement is increasing. This, I mentioned the few which are able or are willing to put resources to make sure industry and academia collaborations. So for us to reach at these stages of which a private company or a public institutions want to put resources to make sure we collaborate, that's very important. But before that, the academia needs to continue to make sure we engage them properly, frequently, as much as possible. But most importantly, the solutions of which the students are developing, they catch their needs so as they see the need of further development. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Musa. Before I open the floor to the audience, since we have one industry representative, we will have a bonus question because he can give us a tip. We usually say industry, the business community is for profit making, and there has to be a reason as to why. We've had Musa say a bank came to the institution. There has to be a reason as to why they are coming to the institution. They are attracted. There has to be a pull effect. And I would ask Albert, from private sector, what is it that would help our academic institutions to have that a pull effect towards from, and the industry would be pushed to them so that it can be a push-pull effect towards each other, and we have a real dynamic interaction between academia and industry. You've, as a private sector, you've really worked with academia. You've also worked with the policymakers, and we want to see all these interaction to be strong so that these emerging technologies can actually impact, have a socioeconomic impact in the region. So we'd like to hear your view from private sector perspective. What is it that academia must strive to do and close the gap?
Thank you especially for that opportunity to have a second address. I think I touched a little bit on what are some of the demand criteria as a financial institution that we are looking at. And in the context of serving the citizenship, I think it's really about creating simplicity in our transactions, and also accessibility, I think, is a very key component. Currently, we are talking to a few universities about sandboxing, which is essentially a test bed for new technology in the context of EMoS. And this also gives the opportunity for several students in the university to create something that fits within our ambitions of accessibility and inclusivity. So I would say that that's a very good step in terms of developing the liaisons that exist between the private sector and academia. And maybe to build further on that, we are also looking at programs that invest generally in ICT. We, through our foundation, have put almost $500,000 in upskilling youth. And youth have also found a keen interest in ICT, which I think connects very well with the EMoS agenda. And we want to see programs that would enable facilitating of this upskilling. So I think within those two contexts, we can find very many opportunities for partnerships, because obviously our fundamental business is in financing, but we want to ensure that it's a bit more widespread, which is why we are looking at going further into the different segments that we have, and specifically youth in ICT. So I would say that from a banking perspective, there lies a lot of opportunity because we know that it's also very expensive to develop technologies. So looking at different solutions that would come through these segments, I think would give us a further drive to link and grow these partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor is open to pose questions to these panelists from the audience, to engage, to interact. Who is helping with the mic, please?
Thank you. I have one question and maybe a little bit a comment. Because most of the private sectors, they always ask that can academia deliver? I think that is their main question. And we know that most of the private sectors in East Africa, they don't have a budget or a department for R&D I mean the research and the development. Them, if they have a challenge or any problem, they prefer to go to purchase ready-made solution. Because for them, they don't have a time for waiting for student or academia to tackle a challenge or problem and starting developing a solution. Yeah, so them, they just want a ready-made a solution. They go to a company, they purchase a solution, implement it, and solve the whatever, the challenge. So what I'm thinking here is that there's a need of changing culture from the private sector to involve academic. If there's any challenge or whatsoever, so as academic to come out with a solution for the long term, not something which you go to a certain company, purchase and implement it. Thank you.
Can take 2 more questions. If no hand is up, I'll pose one to Jennifer. We usually say solving economic problems, it's also entail issues of inclusion of everyone within the society. And probably you would highlight from the perspective of the work that you've been doing on embedded mobile systems, especially to solve economic problems within the region. What are your views in terms of enhancing inclusion for the community within the region or even within Rwanda? You can give back.
Yes, so thank you so much. So about inclusion, maybe if I talk of Rwanda, because this is where I come from, Rwanda. So I've seen that, first of all, the innovation space, you find that they try to make it as inclusive as possible, but then you find that still we have that gap. I can say we have the, especially the gender digital gap, and you find that many girls and women, they fear to innovate. They feel like innovation is just for men. So the government of Rwanda has tried really much to make sure that all innovations are inclusive. And we all know that if the innovation is inclusive, that's when it will cover like each one's need. So usually you've had a number of times people talking about maybe the car belt, how it was innovated by men, and you find that women who are pregnant, for example, when they sit and they use the seat belt, they feel uncomfortable. So this example just shows that that innovation wasn't inclusive because there are some perspectives which were missing. So I'm happy that the government is really trying hard to make sure that all innovations are inclusive, even though it's still a problem because you find that the gap has been there for long and it will take time to close the gap. So they're still working on it. If it's innovation, let's say even the students, if they're working on an innovation, there is a certain percentage that should be, for example, female or people with disability or people like from different underprivileged groups. So usually they do this so that they make sure that the innovation that is done covers the need of everyone. So that gap is there, but still we are still, I can say, working on it, and we know that solutions will come, especially from down. You see, at the university, you receive, I can say, adults at the university, and you find that there is a gap, like you can't find some groups. But the leaky pipeline, I can say it's a leaky pipeline because we lose them along the way. So now more efforts are being put down so that as they come up, at least the number is good, so that they can bring solutions that covers the needs of everyone. And for this IT sector, it's even worse because this is said that it's a male-dominated field, and women coding is not easy for women. So there are many opportunities that have been put out there, like scholarships, like fellowships, like short courses for women, so that they can build that confidence, and after having that confidence, they can also be in tech, and they can also contribute to the innovations. And while I still have the mic, I can also comment to what Prof. Michael was saying about the bank taking ready-made products. I can say now things are changing. It's not the way it used to be. I remember when they were starting this, there is this Bank of Kigali. It's a big bank here in Rwanda. When they were starting what you call the BK Tech House, I think he knows about it, BK Tech House. I remember they went to different universities, and I also provided list of software engineers, and they went there and they started working there and giving solutions, and they were working on mobile solutions, these applications. They're working on many applications, and they're being used at the bank, and the clients of that bank are using them. Those are young people who just came from the university, and they came to pick them when they have not even graduated. So they took them, they had some skills, they equipped them with extra skills, and then they built they're now doing great job. They're building different applications. So that BK Tech House is growing now. It has many young people who are innovating. Like, they are given space to innovate. You know, if you want people to innovate, you give them space and they bring in solution, not guiding them, do this, do this. No, you have to leave them think about out of the box and think of the solutions they can provide. And the young people, they really have solutions. So another thing that makes me happy is that in that BK Tech House, there are many female, and for sure, they're really innovative. So the inclusivity you're talking about, I can say in Rwanda, they're really closing that gap, and they're really closing the gap. And if you can check some statistics, you can see that things are really changing. And yes, we are not yet where we want to be, but then we are making steps, like small steps, we'll get there. Thank you.
Thank you. We can hear a parting shot, I think. Jonathan, you can take, then everyone now to come.
Sorry, it's not a parting shot. I thought of adding something.
Good.
Thank you, audience. Well, we were talking about gaps and the need for inclusivity and issues like this. From the start of the conference, we've noticed that being East Africa, there are some youths, there are some communities who have not been reached by this technology because of various issues such as network connectivity. We had an issue with D2D. Some parts of East Africa are as high as 5G, others at 4G, 2G, 1G. And I think this is a big gap, but I am sure that governments, agencies, and ministries are trying to cover up for these gaps with, for example, the electricity connectivity to various homes and stuff like this. I've also seen industry like Safaricom. We have Safaricom Foundation, which is coming up with institutions where youths and young people, boys and girls, can go study and become techs. And a simple example is the Safaricom application that is out in East Africa and now spread to China, America. I don't think anybody in the world doesn't know about M-Pesa. It's a common name, especially in East Africa. It's a simple app developed by youths, and it's in continuous development. With the inclusion of the various people from various fields, like the industry, there comes the need to improve on the specific app. So I'm really happy to say that these gaps are being closed down based on how industry is taking out the learned people from the industry, into the industry and into the governments. One other major issue was on curriculum, and I'm sure Ministry of Education, HEC, and other stakeholders from banks to hospitals are coming to institutions to implement specific aspects of the industry needs, and specific elements are taught so that they feed into the industry according to what is in need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before Jennifer, it's good that we get our industry partner comment on the question from
Yeah, I think the conversation around product readiness is a very key one. And we are seeing a lot of movement there. And the fact that the sandboxes are existing now, I think is a positive step in the right direction. And this is coming from both the commercial banks and the central bank, which enables anyone to plug into that test environment, which will also determine efficiency of the products that are being offered. I think we need to all demand a higher standard of these developments. So as much as these banks are being open to the innovation, I think we also need to fine-tune our curriculums to a point where we're also satisfied with the quality that is coming out of them, so that the end product for the user is something that generates the most efficiency possible. So I think we can say that there's been progress in accessing these test environments. We just need to figure out how do we make it sustainable and a bit more widespread for more participants. Thank you.
I would request you give your parting shot so that when the microphone passes.
Yes, thank you again. Thank you. I think for me, it was just to be to express gratitude from BPR Bank. That we have enjoyed, me and my colleague Philbert, who is somewhere here. We have enjoyed participating in both days of the conference, and we're also here to have discussions on what is viable from both the academia side and also from the banking sector, so that we can seek solutions. I know sometimes these conversations might be a bit difficult in terms of finding a common ground, but I think this is what the purpose of the conference is. So we are here to find some solutions and also to see how do we map our ambitions, and you know we are very grateful for the opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My parting shot is I'm requesting all of us in the room, watching online also, to die empty. This is a major comment from one of my professors. Whatever you've learned, share with colleagues, collaborate, and ensure that we have a better world, we have a better environment, improve the various departments in human, and that way we have a better life. Thank you so much.
Yes, so before I conclude, or before I leave this stage, I would really love to thank the organizers for this conference. I think these discussions are very, very important. And I like the way they invited people from industry and academia, like, to come and discuss on these problems and try to get solutions for that. For sure, I really commend you for that. But I had something small to add about this emerging tech. Before we talk about emerging tech, we also need to talk about the skills needed, and we need to talk about the devices needed, and we need to talk about access. So the reason why I'm talking about this, like, you can't talk to people about artificial intelligence, embedded mobile systems, before even they have the device, before they have the skills to use that device, and even access to it. So what I want to say is that, for example, here in Rwanda, they've really invested much to make sure that people have the skills needed. And you see skills, to have the skills, they need to organize different trainings for people to get the skills needed. So they've really done that, and you find that many people now, even in those rural areas, you find that people have the skills they need. And then another thing they've done is partnering with like mobile, with telecom companies, and they provide the telephones, like smartphones, to people at a very low cost, or even giving to them, and they have to pay in installments. So this is a great step. and also making sure that many parts of the country have internet, many parts of the countries have electricity, and even in the next 5 years, the plan for the government is to have 100% electricity, like all households should have electricity. So with electricity, you understand people will use their devices, people will increase the skills they have in the digital skills. So all this brings in inclusivity. It's not that only people in the cities are the ones to have access to that. So this is one step that leads us now to that emerging tech. And now we start talking about artificial intelligence. We talk about EMoS, we talk about all this when people already have the skills. So that's what I wanted to say. I really would like to thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. We all know the challenges of which we face are quite different in terms of even from the north side of view. For example, if we view the climate change, how we view the climate change and the solutions are a bit different to how the north also view the climate change and their solutions. So in terms of development, we really quite need the collaborations of all. I was recently looking to somebody called Jansen Huang, the owner of NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the most valued company. He said while he was developing the processors and when he was pitching to the customers, to these laptop owners, companies, desktop owners, they say your processor is too expensive. When he comes back to the team, he was saying actually the customers, they don't know what they need. So they continue to build on their processors. And once now their problems catch up to the needs of fast processors, then abruptly the NVIDIA, in a span of five years, it becomes the most valued company in the world. I think now it's worth more than 3 trillion USD. So actually, in terms of emerging technologies, we can be in steps, private companies, government, or academia, they need solutions. But actually, these solutions, they are not linear. How you view the solutions is actually, if you have an abrupt solutions, you can have a better solutions from what you view. So you actually need more hands on deck from different angles, specifically from academia, because we have very innovative people, very young, at very cost effective, you can get solutions of which you are not even to looking to that solutions. So for me, in terms of solving the problems of which we have, socioeconomic problems, this collaboration is very, very, very important, specifically because you can have an abrupt solutions of which it can change the fate of Africa. So we urge the collaborations from the private government and all stakeholders to continue to invest in the collaboration so as we can leapfrog these issues of African development. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just want to thank the organization team, and also I want to thank also for this invitation, and I'm very glad to be to participate in this conference, and I have get a lot, and in my mind I was thinking if I will be able to share all what I have received with my peers back home, because I think we need also to know what have been done, and also to share in order to align our contribution in the region with the other people in the region. So I want to say about 3 things. Coming back to what Musa was saying, I think in Africa, especially in this area, we need more prospective thinking, that though we may be solving present problems, thinking also about the future, what will happen. If we are solving this problem this year, what will be there in 5 years, or what do we want in 10 years? Then we also avoid having this problem of just wanting to use made solutions, because problems will be seen before. So we have a solution which are really according to the problems we are facing, and also we know that in the future some problems, we cannot solve all the problems, but there are some problems that can be avoided by prospective thinking. We just think about them before they came. And regarding the inclusivity, as Dr. Jennifer said, there are people or group of people that are missing through the way from the basic training to the high schools. And I think most of the time, especially for the women and the ladies, they miss some examples because as sometimes we say IT, engineering are just male fields, and people, they think even there is no way to try them as a woman, as a lady. So when they see these examples, they see women with kids with a PhD, they will be also encouraged. So I would also ask if as women, as people with these problems of finding a place in these areas, if we can unite our efforts and speak loudly to encourage these ladies and back home, that they can also embrace these areas to just try to fill the gap and find. I think it's also something that can help. I remember when I was doing my master, after I graduated, I decided until my last child gets 18, I won't go to school again because I had 2 kids with the master studies. It was hard for me. And I was thinking, unless I get online scholarship, I won't leave home. But at the end, I get to leave my son with 8 months to go abroad to pursue my PhD. It was hard, but I was able to manage because my husband was supportive. He accepted to stay with that small child, waking up in the night. So we need everyone to understand this and to support so that we can also get this gap filled, and then we see more people, more groups involved in this area, and also to be able, as Jennifer said, to solve the solution, to solve the problem in all dimensions. And third is just as Musa said, this collaboration. And I would add the improvement of communication, because as we see, the problem of Burundi, Tanzania, Rwanda, Kenya, it can be the same at different levels, but together we can easily find a solution. And we can also sometimes with this communication not lose time, because sometimes there is a solution that was implemented in Tanzania and can help Burundi to improve their solution. And then if we don't know, we will go through the same process. And I think it's with communication and knowing that we have some way we can find easily what was done in Tanzania and in Kenya and in Rwanda, that we can easily now apply that, so these solutions. And also, even if there is something we can contribute, we improve it. I think as we have also this ICA, I think with us, now they understand and they will help us to improve, especially in this IT area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I call upon, we appreciate our panelists. 4 key things that, as a moderator, I would have had to summarize about. We've had its engagement of all stakeholders and the community, collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. Skills development, we've heard about it must be at the top of the things. Provision of resources, and of course, we be the doers. Do. Let us do and engage our, even the small, medium enterprises within the region, grow with them so that we'll not be wondering and asking. We will be wanderers and asking what happened. But if we become doers and engage our small enterprises that are coming up from academia, don't always be looking at all those big things. Let us grow also what is there coming up as our own. That is my parting shot. Please join me to appreciate this wonderful team. Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Musa. Thank you, Michelle. We appreciate your thoughts and your engagement. Thank you, team. And now I call upon cameraman. Camera people, please take a photo of this panel together with the moderator.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this was the time for partnership, industry partnership for innovation in embedded and mobile system. So now this is the time for health break. But before that, we need to make sure that the following session is paper presentation. Then presenters should make sure where they will be belonging, their location. We have 3 rooms, MH1, MH2, and AD10. We are going to present a PowerPoint there where every presenter will find he or herself. Then you should figure out where you will be locating after health break. So remember that we should be using time efficiently. Some of us are going to go back, meaning that you should be checked in on time, meaning we need to finish everything on time without losing any minute. So as we are having our health break, let us do it quickly and then come back, join our rooms, then we present on time. Thank you. Enjoy your break. Enjoy your health break. The venue is the same, in front of AD10. Be there on time, come back on time.
to spend my nights out in a bar room. Liquor was the only love that I'd ever known. But see, you rescued me from reaching toward the bottom, brought me back from being too far gone. You're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. Honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. Look for love in all the same old places. I found the bottom of the bottle was always dry. But see, you poured out your heart. I swear I didn't waste it, 'cause there's nothing like your love getting me high. 'Cause you're as smooth as Tennessee whiskey. Brandy, but honey, I stay strong on your love all the time. Get in there.
I'll just read out the paper title. Just verify that you're here, all right? Technical team, I don't know whether we have anybody presenting online.
From my side, I will have an online presentation, but I'm here for the second presentation.
Dr. Anael. Dr. Anael? Anael Sam, are you online?
Hello.
Okay, you'll be the first one to present. We have
Hello.
Johan. We hear you, Anael.
I'm with Anael. I think I'm the first presenter.
Your voice is not clear. Check on your connectivity.
Good morning. This paper will be presented by my student, Jacqueline Wabambazi.
Okay.
That was the agreement, and she will make the, I think they should make the presentation online.
Technical team, is the issue with the voice from our end or from the presenter's side?
Then that she's online, and I heard Jacqueline.
Jacqueline
online. Are you prepared?
Yes, I'm prepared.
Thank you. I'm just calling out the register first to find out who is there, who is ready, and who is not, so that we save on time. Can we agree on that? Fine. So the first paper for presentation, the person is available. Johan, evaluating architectural design decision in systems using the energy domain as an example. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. An enhanced IoT-based wristband for remote monitoring and early detection of hypertension complication in Uganda. Nkoroji, are you there?
Yes, there. I'll present online.
Thank you. DigiFace cross-platform mobile app for online teaching, learning, and research. A case study of Africa higher education communities. Innocent Kitauka, are you there? Perfect. Development of an IoT-based smart irrigation system for efficient water management in Uasin Gishu County. Winnie Tuitoek, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
You're online. Thank you.
Yes.
Connecting ecosystems with federated running by Jonas. Are you there?
Yes, I'm online.
Thank you. Exploring the influence of adaptive e-learning technology on learners' perception of mathematics modeling and simulation in South African schools. Anas Bayanga, are you there? Anas Bayanga? Maybe he could be coming later because his presentation is not yet, but for now, mark it absent as of now. Exploring the influence of adaptive e-learning technology in learners' perception. Oh, it's the same thing. Anas Bayanga, you're getting a second chance. Are you there? Exploring opportunities, risk and constraints of Gen AI tools used in higher learning institution, a mixed method study of Rwandan University student, John Bosco. He's there. Processing mining and standardized comprehensive business process tracing for ERP systems, requirements for ERP vendors. Gamal Kasem, are you there? Gamal Kasem, are you there? Safeguarding, this is the last one, safeguarding mobile users from violation by third party. This, I think, was done yesterday. This was already presented yesterday. So, without further ado, I'll call on the first presenter. And before we start, we want to set some rules. On the table, on the timetable, we have 10 minutes allocation. Let's respect that Otherwise, I'll time you out and mute your microphone from my end. So I'll call upon Anael Sam to present his paper. It is titled Mobile-Based Ticket Tracking Help Desk System for Technical Support, Case Study of Habari Model Public Limited Company.
Thank you very much. This paper, as I've said, it will be presented by Jacqueline. Jacqueline, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen?
Your screen is visible. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you. I'm Jacqueline Bakazi. I'm here to present the paper with the title Development of a Mobile-Based Help Desk Ticket Tracking Help Desk System for Technical Support, the case of Habari Node Public Limited Company. The authors are Prof. Anael Sam, Jacqueline Bakazi, and Dr. Denisa Nyambo. I'm going to pass through introduction, problem statement up to the conclusion and recommendation. The introduction, nowadays, technology is increasingly used to support implementation of duties or business processes in various organizations or companies. In Tanzania, since 2010, there's a significant growth in mobile technology, which lead to the improvement and efficiency in business and public institutions. Habari Node manage its customers through a customer relationship management web-based system for fast services. However, this system requires reliable system that can speed up operation and allow the service efficiency. According to the problem statement, it is really difficult to monitor and resolve thousands of customer complaints or issues through the manual operations in companies. Also, localized operations is another challenge, and again, the manual record of customers or clients' details is another challenge. According to the related works, different works or systems were studied, like a web-based complaint handling ticketing application that was developed to allow the mobile users to get information on time comfortably. This one has a problem that it needs the mobile application that can be integrated with the email services so that both ways of communication can be used. There is another help desk mobile application that was also developed because of COVID-19 pandemic that supports classroom technology issues. This system has a limitation or problem of not being flexible because it's required to adapt the software rather than other ways around. Another help desk system also, which is web-based, was developed, and it was also to handle the customer requests. The technology used there was also another issue that, because it's limited to the scope of local host, it required to install a web server on your PC so that you can access that system. Another help desk ticketing system also was developed again, and that one also was for the complaint management. However, that one also is a web-based technology, and it is more difficult to control the data when the several users had to access it. As when the users are many users are accessing that system, it will become overloaded so that it can be difficult, and the waiting time, because of the waiting time of the user who are requesting the service from that system. According to the technical gap found, most of the system are the web-based application, and they focus on the normal services problems, either if they are in academics, in education, if it is depending on the field, if it is according to the classroom, and rating, however, rating to the technical problem that require the physical visit of the user or of the customers or the other users who need the support. Most systems have a challenge, and they require again the access from anywhere using the mobile devices. Some systems are too slow and they are not secure because of the development platform and the infrastructures used. The material and method. This study was conducted at Habari Node Company in Arusha, Tanzania, focused on 3 kinds of people: IT technician, customer support personnel, and the customer of Habari Node or client. A method of data collection was applied again through quantitative method, such as questionnaires, and qualitative method through interview and observation. System development approach used is agile extreme programming. The reason of using that is to allow to incorporate the interaction with the users throughout the development process. The system development framework, Flutter platform, and the direct language were used for front-end development, and my SQL for database development, and the Node JavaScript for server-side development. According to the results from the data collection, some results were found that were collected, such as the geographical location of the respondent, where I found a lot of the customers of a lot of the respondents were from the Arusha region. The reason is that it is where there is a headquarters of the company, and again, a lot of users of internet who need the service from Habari Node also located in Arusha, followed by Kilimanjaro, that has a lot of cell towers, also that need the support from the company, especially the physical support to help them on those cell towers. Also, the other data we collect again, such as how the respondent access the internet, and also the most challenge the customers come across, such as in making calls, waiting time support, and so on. For the result of the system design, that is the context diagram. This is the context diagram that shows those 3 elements and how they interact with the systems, such as those customers and the customer support or admin, administrator, and the Habari Node customers or client, and also the technician. Also, the results, which is the data flow diagram that show the data flow diagram or flow chart for those 3 elements of the customer support, who have to access the dashboard, the system dashboard, and create the user's roles, user's ID, and again, we will be in charge of receiving the SMS from the client, and they get the tickets, and also be in charge to assign those tickets to the technician, so that the technician can work on the issue of the customers. Another flowchart again of a customer. The customer will be logging in the system and then submit the issue. When they submit issue, SMS and email notification will be sent to the admin or the customer support. so that admin or customer support can be able to assign the issue to a technician who will solve the problem of the customer. Another flowchart is for the technician who will be getting SMS notification if there is the task or the ticket.
Jacqueline, we lost
That
you.
is also
Jacqueline, we lost you. We lost you
Yes,
in the
please.
previous slide. We lost your voice in the previous slide. Immediately after, no. This next one.
Which slide?
Slide number 16. Slide number 16. We lost you at the point where you are talking of issues solved. Yes and no.
This one, yeah. At this part, a technician is the one who have to deal, who after having signing the ticket to solve or to work on the client issue. He's the one who will be working with the client or the customer who have a problem. When the issue is solved, in the system, there is a status that shows it is in progress. When it is in progress, it means the technician is working on the customer side. And then after, when the issue is solved, the technician has to take his location before closing the ticket, so that the customer support can know who is ready and who is closer to someone who needs another support. And that is the use case diagram of the developed system. Those are the results from the developed application, the interface. Those are the interfaces. This page submission page where after a customer has logged in, he can type the issue he has and then submit it. When he submits, the customer support will receive an SMS and then assign a ticket to the technician. This page, this interface, this shows the message that I sent to the technician that there is a ticket which is open, so that he can take a look and go and work with the client. After that is another message you find when after resolving the issue of a customer of taking the GPS location, and this is a ticket closed with the GPS location after solving the customer issue. For the conclusion and the recommendation, this study aimed to improve the customer support helpdesk system to be more flexible, to allow the clients to raise their queries or issues through the mobile app, and then the help support agent of the customer support provide support anytime from anywhere. This system also allows the customer support services to be fast and more efficient. For the recommendation, Habano Public Limited Company should provide training on new systems and increase communication and awareness about new system technologies. Also, the government of Tanzania should do everything possible to reduce the cost of the internet to make it easier for citizens and foreigners to use internet and exploit technology. Those are the differences, and thank you for listening. That is the end of my presentation. You're welcome for the questions and the comments.
Thank you, Jacqueline. You've used exactly 13 minutes against the given 10 minutes. Any questions from the physical audience? Yes, there's one question. Any other question? Jacqueline, I would want you to just take all the questions, then you answer them within the shortest time possible. One question, another question? Yes, there's another question from my end. Take this question.
Okay.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for your good presentation. I have one question and one comment. My question is the contribution to the body of knowledge. You can tell us what is your innovation in your project. The other one is a comment on your graphs or diagrams. I've seen some of the slides like 13, 14, 15. They are diagrams. Those diagrams, according to the title, you are saying that they are results, but they should be part of a methodology rather than being results. I can accept some of the last figures, screenshot of your application to be part of results, but those data flow diagrams and the other related diagrams should be part of a methodology. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline, there's also another question about what you intend to do to implement data protection and privacy, because you're dealing with a mobile app. Are the clients safe with their data as they book using your app? That is all, unless there is another question from the online platform. Any question from the online? That is all, Jacqueline. Take the shortest time possible.
Yes, thank you. So the first questions about the innovation I have in my system is it's related to the way the companies support the customers. Sometimes customers or clients of any company, when they are requesting for the service, most of them of the system reviewed or the application or the work reviewed, the way they get the support, it is online only. It means depending on the type, or either the technical issues that require also the visit, require to go and see the problem physically, which require also the hardware support. It means the innovation I have added is that in the system I have included also a way of a technician or someone who will support physically can go and then check the issue and help to solve it, and then take his location, so that when at the head office or at the company, they want to see who can again support someone who is ready. They can be seeing someone who is closer, someone who is working, and someone who doesn't have a task. That is an innovation I have added. I have included those localization of the service they are offering to the customer. And according to the comment of those diagrams, I have well noted them. I will work on it for those diagrams that should be in the methodology, and the one that can stay in that part of results. According to the second question, for the data, what I tend to do with data privacy and the security, according to the mobile application, it is the first one is to secure the system, to allow the security during the authentication, where the users in my system, they have to create their username and their password. And again, also the data hiding, to hide some data which are not being needed for them to access. Yeah, those are what I have used to secure. And then, according to what I used, the tools I used, like my SQL database, it allows to have the feature of the most secured system that cannot be accessed. It allows the feature also to secure the system as it is. Yeah, that is about the answer to the questions.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Next, we have Johan Shoes. Kindly respect our time. Otherwise, on the 10th point, I will just discontinue your mic as promised before. Johan, are you there?
Yep. Give me a second. I try to share my screen.
After Johan, immediately we'll go to Nkoroji. Be ready.
One moment. I have some issues with sharing my screen. Give me a second. Okay, then I will just do it that way. I think that's the easiest way. Share. Okay. Enable sharing. So I hope you can still hear me, and now I should be able to share my screen. Here it is. So I hope everyone sees the white screen, and I'm ready now. Sorry for that. Thank you for having me here. I will present my contribution today with the title Evaluating Architectural Design Decisions in System of Systems using the energy domain as an example. I will give a brief introduction. I will provide the motivation, the issue, and the actual approach how to evaluate the architectural design decisions. The introduction is more or less a little general. We can see more actually in most modern projects or digitalization projects that we have a lot of isolated systems that are run and operated by different organizations, by different companies. And now we figured out, especially with solutions or approaches like AI, we can create more value. We can create additional value when we integrate the data silos. By doing so, we find a new need to collaborate. We find a new need to identify how to collaborate on let's say on a net-centric or digital level. In the past, usually digital collaborations were bilateral, so that means you usually had an integration project with a company which is your partner. You define your APIs, you define your semantic model, or whatever you need to be integrated. The problem with that solution is, unfortunately, it only works for one specific case. You can't reproduce the same approach, the same solution, usually to a completely different company. Even if you want to share the same data with a different company or a different organization, you need to have your own integration project and to figure out how you can map the data of the other organization with your data, and then you will create an additional API for, in many cases, for the same issue. And for us, I mean, for everyone who develops such kind of a system, for every organization which wants to open their system and connect them to other systems, we face an additional level of complexity because we can't have any more individual integration projects with every single company. In the best case, we have some kind of a standardized solution where we can say this kind of data will be provided by this kind of API, by this kind of or by this semantic model. So everyone who will integrate the system or provides the data or consume some data is able to share them with the same basic concept, more or less at the plug and play level. That unfortunately means if the independent system coalesces, I mean, if more and more systems become part of the bigger systems, and that's a so-called collaborative system of systems where organizations really based on their free will, on their own decisions that they want to collaborate, that they want to share the data, we can just see if you integrate 10 individual systems which have high quality on their own, That unfortunately doesn't mean the system of system as a whole, let's say the higher level system, will also have a high quality. Because if you have, just to keep the example, if you have 10 systems which integrate 10 other systems in an individual way, you have a really complicated system where you can't interchange any partner, which is error prone and so on. What we actually want is, if we will integrate 10 systems, every single system shares the same API and the same semantic models, and it means the same meaning of the information which is shared. That has the advantage. If you want to integrate an 11th or 12th system, just provide them the specification, or in the best case they're already aware of the specification because it's a shared standard, and they can integrate their system without having an individual project and to have to pay for that specific project. And what I mean hereby is, and that's what you can clearly see, or what's evolving is, in the past, every company or every organization had an
Johan, we lost you. We lost you for about a minute.
Systems. Yeah, sorry.
Your network is not very stable. Could you try to do something about it?
Give me a second. I'm not sure if I can do something like that. At least I can close some apps, I guess.
You can still carry on, no issue.
Close everything which I don't need. I hope it got better a little at least.
You can proceed. You can proceed.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So what we now observe is we have, or we got a duality in our system design. We have the local system, that's the system where every company and organization have a self-interest in, that's their company, that's a system they need to run their company or their organization. But due to the integration of more and more systems, we also need to get in the future, or actually we need to start to get a macro level of the system, because the system of system as a whole also provides unique capabilities, unique advantage. Every single constituent system, I mean the individual system, can benefit from. And the problem is, that's why I use the city as an analogy, is the moment as a company or someone wants to, let's say, to navigate within a complex environment, to understand how the different parts of a system have to behave, how they need to communicate. As more complex the environment is, as more cost intensive will be the integration and the maintenance of that kind of environment. So what I want to say more in general is we need to switch from an individual perspective to a high level perspective. And currently the research as well as the practice lacks some kind of a system of systems perspective and a holistic approach, which considers the interest of the individual systems, but at the same time the interest of the system of systems as a whole. Go to the next slide. Why isn't it moving? So here. As a general approach is actually simple, but to apply it is really complicated. We need to make use of the duality of the system. That means we have on the one part the use case specific knowledge. That is the knowledge of the individual company. On the other side, we have domain-wide knowledge. That means the knowledge of a general domain. For example, a company that needs to be integrated in the energy system usually isn't an expert for the energy system, especially not for the energy system as a whole, from generation to consumption. But what we can do is to collect the domain knowledge and to map them in a so-called reference designation system. What it is in detail, I will show you in the next slide. But let's start with the use case specific knowledge. That means the individual components. There is a standard, or IEC standard 62559. The standard described in general a standardized template how to describe different components within a specific scope, how they interact, what kind of protocols they use, what are the security requirements, and what kind of APIs and semantic models they are using. The advantage of the methodology is if every single company or organization uses that methodology, and at least in Europe, it's a common and established methodology for the energy system. Every company which describes their system within this template can simply be mapped, because for every use case there's a counter use case which shows how if the information of one organization will be sent to another information. That's usually a black box because it's a different company, it's a different system, and usually you are not aware about the systems the other company uses. But in this case, if both companies provide the same structured description, you can create a big picture of all the individual companies. The second component is a reference designation. Here's it's called the smart grid architecture model. The smart grid architecture model allows you to map the different components of every single organization across the complete value chain and across the different zones of automation. So from technical process to enterprise level process would mean, for example, a physical process, so the creation of and usage of consumption of energy. Enterprise would be, for example, the billing for the energy. And what we can do here is to map also every single company described in a use case to a designated domain and zone where we can say, okay, this company acts in the distribution area of the energy system on the enterprise level. So that's usually a supplier which where the individual user has to pay the bill, for example. What we can do now is use the domain-wide knowledge, also there are for every domain a lot of standards. I used here the seamless integration architecture just for example, but I provide some other examples. We have also the confidentiality, integrity, availability requirements of the NIST, for example. We have also the smart grid information security, for example. And that the beauty of this is every single of these standards can be. Sorry?
Time is up. Time is up. How many more slides do you have?
Time is up. Sorry. Just to finish it, is you can map the domain, the use specific knowledge to the domain knowledge, and create a map which kind of requirements you have to, and which requirements you meet and which requirements you don't meet. And in the end, you will have you can get kind of assessment or report where you directly can know, oh, this decision isn't the right one for the system of systems. It will have the following disadvantages. It's maybe not secure enough. And since the approach to do it manually is really complicated, we also created a dashboard. There's a screenshot on the corner where you can see that where a concrete use case is mapped to the reference designation system, and the dashboard will provide some KPIs, what you do right and what you do wrong. And sorry for needing more time. Thank you for your attention. Feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, for Johan. Any questions from the physical presence here? Any questions for Johan? Any questions from the online? Silence means no questions for you. So next on stage, we will have Koraji. Koraji, I hope I'm pronouncing it properly. He has a paper titled An Enhanced IoT-Based Wristband for Remote Monitoring and Early Detection of Hypertension Complications in Uganda. It's your time.
Okay. Yes, let me try to share my screen first. Am I audible enough? And is my screen shared well?
Voice loud and clear, screen perfect.
Okay. So I welcome you all to this international conference of the second ICTA-EMoS. My name is Nkoloj Gracious, and together with Dr. Elizabeth Mukoba, we are presenting this paper titled An Enhanced IoT-Based Wristband for Remote Monitoring and Early Detection of Hypertension Complications in Uganda. This is my presentation outline. So overview, this paper presents a system that integrates a wearable wristband and a web application to remotely track the vitals signs from hypertension, including blood pressure, heart rate, oxygen saturation, and body temperature, thereby transmitting this data in real time wirelessly. The main objective of this paper was to develop an enhanced IoT wristband for remote monitoring and early detection of hypertension complications in Uganda. With this system, we can reduce hospital admissions and fatalities because hypertension is one of the leading causes of mortality globally, especially in low resource settings. So globally, 1.28 billion people are affected actually by hypertension, and most of the patients actually don't know that they are sick, and many others are not actually treated. So there are very many existing solutions to actually measure blood pressure. Some of them are hospital-based and others are home-based, but they have different challenges. Hospital-based have long queue waiting for the receipt of service at hospitals, and also the long distances hypertension patients need to travel to reach the health centers, and also they face very high bills. Well, when these patients have access to home-based methods, they actually don't know how to print results well, and also they have very poor record-keeping habits. And again, these systems lack real-time communication with the doctors. So to get motivated to this development, an IoT-enabled wristband could actually enable remote monitoring and reduce the burden on healthcare systems, and thereby improving patient outcomes. So the title of this project was an enhanced IoT-based wristband that could actually enable remote monitoring and early detection of hypertension complications in Uganda. This system actually monitors blood pressure, oxygen saturation, pulse rate, and body temperature. Thereby, this data that is captured by the sensors is wirelessly transmitted to a web application that is managed by healthcare providers, and then they analyze this data and schedule and have early intervention to these hypertension conditions. So the key features to this system is an aspect of real-time monitoring, remote data access, and also alerts for abnormal readings, and the system has a user-friendly interface. There are related works to this field of remote monitoring for high blood pressure, but most of these works have limitations like systems being noisy, painful, uncomfortable for long-term monitoring, and most of these systems actually can't adequately send or share data with the doctors directly. And other systems actually require success verification. So in case a patient is in a critical condition, he's unable to actually verify in order for getting the medical attention. Other systems have challenges like infection risk and nerve damage to patients, and also bleeding. And that some of these systems use Bluetooth technology to share data, but this Bluetooth is actually limited in data transfer range, and also patient always needs to remember to make the Bluetooth configurations. So the methods that were used to collect data were a combination of qualitative and quantitative, and the study area was Rocket Health in Uganda. Rocket Health in Uganda is a clinic that have a number of patients who are in chronic care. So up to around 740 hypertension patients on chronic care. But to calculate the sample rate of 240 patients and 17 medical practitioners, we used the Kish and Lee's formula. This system has different components in the hardware, including the ESP32 microcontroller, the sensors including the MKB0803 blood pressure sensor, MAX 30102, the pulse oximeter sensor and temperature sensor of DS18B20. The modules include the GPS module for location tracking in case of emergencies, 3G module for data transmission, and GSM module for
Roger, we lost you. We lost you on methodology. Slide number 14.
Oh. Slide 14. How about here?
Number 14. You can continue from here.
Okay. It's perfect now. Okay. Yes. So yes, to program the microcontroller we use C++, and to develop the web application we used Laravel and Vue.js, and then it was hosted in the cloud using Rocket Health Cloud Services. And then this data was collected and processed. So sensor data was always collected every minute, processed, and then sent to the cloud for data analysis. Alerts were also triggered based on threshold values for hypertension complications. The system development approach used here was extreme programming because we needed to consider the frequent incoming requirements from the users, and also it used to save time. This was the conceptual diagram of the system, whereby the user has to wear, the patient wears the wristband. Then in case of hypertension critical conditions are detected, it triggers an SMS to the next of kin, also the doctor in charge and the patient himself. And then the data is continuously sent to the health center at the web application, which is managed by the doctor. The outcomes of this system was that it was able to successfully monitor hypertension patients' vital signs in real time, transmitting data with minimal latency, and also that healthcare providers were able to intervene early in cases where readings indicated hypertension risks. So this was the view of the web application, including the blood pressure graph, which has data that is incoming from the wristband, and also the blood pressure trend. This was the view of the tracked location for the patient. And then this is also the overview of the hardware of the wristband, and also includes the SMS notification from the wristband. This other diagram includes how the wristband is being used by the patient.
Your time is up.
And so, hello?
Time is up.
Oh, just 2 minutes, please.
Could continue
Can I go?
On a penalty on time mismanagement.
Okay.
Hurry up, finish up.
Okay, so overall, the system was highly regarded by on aspects of usefulness, reliability, performance, and system ease of use. And comparing with existing solution, this system actually offers continuous and real monitoring, being portable and affordable as compared with the other hospital-based monitoring devices that are not actually portable. Its advantage was cost effectiveness compared to hospital vis and transition monitoring, real-time data sharing, but it is limited to battery life and connectivity issues. Future works include adding sensors for glucose monitoring and other chronic disease management, and also maybe alternative communication technologies. We acknowledge Senate, East Africa D-Skills, NMIST, and Rocket Health, and WOOTAB for their support. Thank you so much. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, welcome. Thank you, Koroji. Any questions from the physical audience? Any question? There are so many questions for you, Koroji. I'll take how many questions from the physical? 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. Any questions from the online? Tech team? Some mics for these guys. You take the first question from here.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank also the presenter for the work that have been done. And the first question, we saw that before they did the research, they have searched about all the previous methods. And then I want to know what is your improvement regarding these previous methods. And then second, how do you evaluate the application, or how was it received at the way of using it in real life? Thank you.
There's another question for you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Theophile from UTAB. My question concerns the data security. These data are highly personal and they are very sensitive. I wonder when they are being exchanged online, if it doesn't affect the ethics of personal information. On the other side, if someone's get into the system by hacking, as you know, and alarms the whole system, healthy system, what may happen? Did you think of that issues? Thank you.
Third question, coming from this side.
Thank you, the presenter, for thinking about the way of improving the health sector. But my question is this one. Normally, hypertension is one of the problem where there is a high speed of the heart. But sometimes there can be even the issue of hypotension. Therefore, did you think about it as also one of the challenges faced by cardiac disease? The other question is that sometimes thinking about the hypertension and the way of monitoring it, it is better to have time series data on how sick and how severe the patients are on a time series basis, like for 5 years, for 10 years, whereby it is clear that even people may have different root causes. For some people, it may be the issue of genetics. The others may be due to obesity, while others may be through depth traumatic issues due to accidents or other thinking they have during or on the case of psychological issues. Therefore, how will you analyze such hypertension as long as you don't diagnose the patient, and if the hypertension is detected, did you plan the way of emergency whereby the health post or the ambulances may just intervene quickly so that the patients may be reaching the hospital? Because monitoring the issue is one way, but also bringing outcome to fix the issue would be the further step. Thank you.
Thank you, the presenter, for your work. My name is Dr. Martin. My question is about the device that you use. I want to know if you made a device yourself. I'm asking this because, as I know, the devices are used to measure the blood pressure have no communication module. So I want to know if the device that you use is the one that you created yourself, or you use the already made device. Thank you.
Last question, but I'm supposed that you answer them within 1.5 minutes.
Thank you for your nice presentation. My question is about scalability. Did you consider the scalability in your developed system, or did you evaluate your system in terms of scalability? Thank you.
In less than 1.5 minutes, kindly answer these questions.
Thank you very much for all those questions. So I'll start with a question concerning improvement. So the improvement using this system was that this one actually transmits directly the data to the dedicated doctor, and also the intervention of an SMS alert in case of hypertension levels that are critical. And also about how it was evaluated by the users, we carried out the system validation and using the different contexts and as regards to performance, usefulness, and acceptance. It was highly regarded. And then on the issue of data security, this data is actually transmitted to the cloud. So using encryption like AES 256, we ensure that there is no data that is intercepted or manipulated. And also there is access control that only authorized healthcare professionals are able to access the patient data, and also that the patients actually consent and they know how this data, how their data is actually going to be collected and used, and also that
time is up.
The system.
Our time is up. You've spent already 20 minutes on this one. Next on stage, sorry for that, Koraji, I have to cut you. And for the audience who have their questions, Koraji, you shared a PowerPoint with your email and contact. We could actually send these specific questions on that platform. On stage, we have a physical presentation with Innocent Kitauka, DigiFace, cross-platform mobile app for online teaching, learning and research, a case study of African higher education communities.
Good afternoon, dear audience and everyone. My name is Innocent Kitauka. I'm here to do the presentation of my paper. Let me see the slides. Can you share the slides, please? Sure. The title of the paper is Development of a DigiFace Cross-Platform Mobile App for Online Teaching, Learning, and Research, a case study for African higher education communities. And my supervisors is Dr. Lamazani Sinde, and also Dr. Musa Ali Dida, and Mr. Loyani Loyani. So move to next slide, please. So I will take you through the outline. Will consist of the introduction, background, problem statement, technical gaps, objectives, significance, methodology, expected outcome, and conclusion. Next. Next, please. So on the part of introduction, the online learning is, we all know about the online, is a fusion of traditional classroom instruction with digital resources, has shown great potential in enhancing educational outcomes, especially nowadays, as you know. And this paper explores the design, development, and implementation of an innovative cross-platform mobile application tailored for online teaching, learning, and research, with the context of African higher education communities, building upon the existing DigiFace platform, which serves as a foundation for online education. And the study addresses a technical gap by extending the capabilities of a mobile interface. On the part, next please, next, yes, on the problem statement, there was no basis for online teaching and learning for DigiFace platform. Please bear in mind that this project was done at Senate. So Senate, they only have a website. They did not have a mobile application. So when I was doing the internship there, so I was tasked to do this part, especially on the part of mobile development. So number two is to bridge the gap of geographical separated lecturers, students, researchers, and alumni, where they find it difficult to align, to digitally bridge the distance between each others, and the proposed platform will support these efforts. And the last problem statement, there was no proper framework to establish good communication channels while fostering the spirit of networking and have knowledge and resources among the various members of the Centers of Excellence, that is Senate. Next. Next, please. Yes, on the part of objective, we have three objectives. The first objective is to identify the system requirement for the DigiFace mobile application. And the second was to develop the DigiFace mobile application to enable the creation, storage, publication, and sharing of learning materials. And the last one is to validate the developed system. Next, please. So I'll try to explain like a few objectives, and the first one is I created the research question from the first objective, and the research question was like, what are the requirements for the development of the DigiFace mobile application? So this was conducted during the need assessment, and then like there were the function requirement and non-function requirement, and some of the function requirements were like user should be able to create accounts with valid email addresses and passwords, and then user should be able to browse and enroll in courses. And while in non-functional requirements, the application must provide unauthorized against the unauthorized access and data breaches, and then the system should be responsive. And then the application should work on a range of mobile devices and operating systems, that is iOS and the Android systems. Yes, next slide, please. So the second objective was coming from the research question, that is to design the DigiFace mobile applications to enable the creation, storage, publication, and sharing the learning materials And in this objective, this second objective, there is system architecture, and then there is user interface, and then there is back-end development, and then there is front-end development as a just normal development. Next, please. So this is a methodology. In the methodology part, I use the Agile Extreme Programming. As you know, the Agile has like 5 steps. The first one is planning. It has 4 steps. The first one is planning, and the second one is designing. The third one is coding, and the last one is training. Yes, so that is development of the methodology part. Next, please. So this is a system architecture on the part of methodology, the system design, and I'm not sure. I'm not really sure if you can be able to see those actors on that diagram, but there are 3 main actors. The first one is administrator. The second actor is the teacher. And the last one is student. So from that diagram, you can see the teacher, how she interacts or how they interact with the learners. Like they can provide the assignment, they can provide the learning materials, they can add the resources. And then on the part of students, they can do the collaboration. On the last page, you can see the students can do the collaboration, like if they're being given a task by the teacher or the instructor, they can collaborate and work together online. And then they can submit like the assignments. They can also do like the examinations, or they can also do various tasks assigned by the instructor. So next, please. Next slide. So the expected outcome, after completion of this paper, there will be the DigiFace cross-platform mobile application for online teaching, learning, and research. And then there will be a project report, which is already submitted. And then there will be a journal paper. So the journal paper is on the process, like what I'm doing now, the defense. So next, please. So on the part of results, these are kind of prototype pictures after the development of that mobile application. This is just the layout, and as you can see, the interface is user-friendly, and is anyone can try to log in. As you can see, there is a login form. And then there are other stuffs. So it's just simple, and it is user-friendly. So this is just one among the many screenshots of how it is the system. I mean the mobile application. Next, please. So this is the significance of this project. So we can see there are students and the alumni, the lecturers, the Center for Excellence, that is Senate, and then the researchers. So on the part of students and alumni, students will be able to access and get learning materials at their own will, and the students' engagement and motivation in learning processes will be enhanced since the lesson is at their fingertips, because they're just using their mobile phones to access these learning materials. And then on the part of lecturers, this mobile application will help the lecturers to disseminate information and learning materials to their students, while the lecturers will be able to interact with the users as well. And then for the part of Center for Excellence, this study will improve the teaching techniques of the institution, especially by considering the individual learner's experience as well. And then on the part of researchers, the system will serve as a valuable resource for the future research projects whereby the researchers will undertake. And in the future, the AI tools, as we know, the AI plays a big role in these digital transformations nowadays. So on the part of future, the AI tools can also be incorporated for various purposes, like predicting the learner's behavior, as well as the learner's needs. Next slide, please. The last one. The last. So this is the conclusion part. Sorry. The last. Yes, the conclusion part. So by integrating the online and offline learning resources with interactive elements, the dynamic learning experience has been created and engaged. And this transformation will allow students to access learning materials anytime and anywhere, fostering a flexible and personalized learning experience at their fingertips. And the last one, the application analytics provide valuable insights into users' behavior, enabling educators to tailor content and interventions to meet diverse student needs. And some of the references are on the last part. The last page, please. Yes. So these are the references. Thank you.
With that, we can introduce one question only for the presenter from the audience. Any question? There is one question. One only. You answer it in half a minute.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And my simple question is what would be the difference between the existing application and the application that you have built? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's a nice question. The issue is on the part of DigiFace, they did not have a mobile application. So while I was doing the internship, they tasked me to build the mobile application, and not just the mobile application, they tasked me to also integrate that mobile application with Moodle. As you know, Moodle nowadays has a lot of learning content in it and a lot of functionalities. So actually, there was no any mobile application on the part of Senate. So this is a first week, and I'm expecting maybe on the future, the other students can do improving, like integrating the AI features and the other stuff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on stage is an online paper presentation from TOEIC with a paper title Development of an IoT-based smart irrigation system for efficient water management in Uasin Gishu County. Sorry, that's not the title. Yeah, it's the title, but it is with Winnie TOEIC. Winnie, are you there?
Good afternoon. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You have 10 minutes.
Can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear. On the 10th minute, I'll stop you.
Thank you, coordinator. Is my screen visible?
Very visible. Put it in presentation mode.
Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon all, and thank you for this opportunity to present this paper. My name is Winnie Bundotich, and I'm presenting on behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Ramadhani Sinde and Dr. John Tarus. The title of our paper is an IoT-based smart irrigation system for efficient water management in Uasin Gishu County. So Uasin Gishu County is one of the 47 counties in Kenya, and I'm going to present from background to conclusion. On the background of the problem, the world population is projected to increase by 33%, and therefore this raises a need for increased food production in order to feed this population. To achieve this, there are several technologies that have been incorporated, including artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, among others. Irrigation expansion farmer information and digital technologies such as IoT have been used to enhance agricultural productivity despite the climate change challenges. Kenya is also considered a water scarce country as a research done by Mwaniki in 2010 reported, and the government of Kenya reported through its climate risk profile that Uasin Gishu County had a vulnerability index of 0.419. Also, agriculture uses enormous volume of water, and we have said that this is already a scarce natural resource. In Uasin Gishu County, farmers manage the irrigation farms manually by turning on and off the taps after an estimated period of time, which causes waterlogging and also soil degradation. There is much work that has been done on IoT with regard to water management, but the focus is majorly on controlled environment, visualization, and farm parameter monitoring. So a few studies have automated irrigation systems based on soil moisture, and so far in East Africa, none has included rainfall prediction or has factored in the rainfall prediction feature, which could help in further improving the efficiency of water management in irrigated farms. These are some of the literatures that were reviewed, and I will skip this. The major challenge is that the researchers focus more on controlled environments, like on green farms and greenhouse farming, and do not consider the rainfall prediction in open field irrigation, where sometimes you find that the land has been irrigated a few minutes and then it rains again. So that is a waste of water. On materials and methods, the study area was in Uasin Gishu County, irrigated farms, where we focused majorly on fruit irrigation. For the automated irrigation system, it shows the components that were used, including an ESP32 microcontroller and a LoRa module for transmission. This shows the hardware components that were used and their specifications, which I will also skip. The software components and protocols that were used include Arduino IDE. This one was used majorly for testing the components before development. We used MicroPython to develop the firmware, and these other ones were also used, including MQTT and remote procedural calls for communication between the ThingsBoard cloud and the nodes. This is the system architecture that shows the layout of the components as they are in the physical farm. An explanation of how the system operates. We have a node that collects the sensor data. This node now is placed in the farm, and it collects the sensor data at intervals of 10 seconds, and this data is transmitted to the gateway, which incorporates a ESP microcontroller. Now, the nodes in the field are the ones that control the opening and closing of the irrigation valves. We have we collect the rainfall prediction data from open weather application programming interface, which we also monitor, and then we incorporate this together with the soil moisture content to decide whether to open or close the irrigation valves. LoRa was used because of its ability to transmit up to 10 kilometers in a good line of sight. This is a flowchart that explains the activities that happen on the nodes, and this shows the activities that happen on the gateway, and this one shows what happens on the cloud. This is a rule chain of how the ThingsBoard optimal controls are done. And on the results, we had 5 respondents. We demonstrated the system to farmers and the technical staff of the county. And thereafter, we gave them a questionnaire regarding their experience and what they felt about the system. These are the results of the developed system that on the left is the node and on the right is the gateway. These are also pictures of the results. That is the mobile ThinkSports version, mobile version, where a farmer can use their mobile device to control the activities and also to visualize the activities in the farm. These are the results from the user acceptance testing, where we had the 27 respondents. It was a good response from them. The system was positively taken, and this is also another one from the Google form. These are statistics from the Google form for the validation responses. So generally, the developed system for water efficiency addressed gaps in the water efficient systems for open field irrigation. It maps the irrigation nodes and retrieves weather prediction data from open weather application and uses this alongside soil moisture content to control the irrigation valves. The system also provides remote control visualization, which enriches the system usability and applicability. So the system required the user to have an email and a password that they registered with for them to be able to access. The system was tested by farmers and technical staff, as I already presented in the other slide. The system is considered to have achieved its development objectives and lays groundwork for incorporating more solutions in future, like artificial intelligence for data analysis and predictions. So whereas this system developed the viability of an IoT-based smart irrigation system for smart farming, there are other gaps to tap into, and the project leaves more room for developing a holistic agricultural precision system that can take in more requirements and compare with the farm output to provide analysis and probably for prediction in case there is likely to be a drought. So there are limitations to this project, which include that for the system to be used, one is required to be online, and also the sensors that were used are low cost and are likely to wear out within a short period of time. In future, we intend to incorporate artificial intelligence and machine learning to analyze patterns in weather and soil parameters, and also to incorporate the sensors that can last longer than the ones that were used. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winnie. This is the best presentation so far in terms of time management, 9 minutes, 51 seconds. Any questions for Winnie? From the physical audience, I'll take one. There's a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Winnie, for your presentation. My question is about the novelty of your research, because you have seen literature review. There are many researchers that have been worked on smart irrigation. So what is your contribution to the body of knowledge? And then my second question is about the data collection time that you specified. I've seen the sensors are sending data every 10 seconds, which is a very short time. Why did you choose this short time? Thank you.
We need half a minute to answer that 1.5 questions.
Okay. Thank you for the question. First of all, on the contribution or on the novelty of this project, as demonstrated in the comparison between the literature reviews, clearly there are a lot of work that has been done on the IoT smart irrigation systems. However, as I said, the focus is always on greenhouse farming, and also that the ones that have been done on open field have not considered the rainfall factor, because in open field, you cannot control the rainfall. When it rains, it rains. And assuming that it rains, assuming that the farm had been irrigated a few minutes ago and then it rains. So that is a gap that had not been done in the past. And on the data collection time, this is a soft deadline real-time system. And in real-time system, time is an important factor, just briefly to explain. So ideally, we chose the 10 seconds because of that factor that we really wanted to have a high roundup time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Winnie. Next on stage is an online presentation from Jonas. Jonas, are you there?
Yes, I am.
I've already started.
Can you hear me?
I already started my timer, Jonas.
Okay, let me start. Do you see my screen? Hello?
We see your photo and your screen also.
Thank you very much. Then I'll start right away. I'm talking about connecting manufacturing sector data ecosystem with federated learning. I will go to the intercompany data analysis at first to show you the problem that we are, the issue we are combating. Then I will go right away to data ecosystems to give a short introduction into this field and into federated learning. Afterwards, I will go to the main topic of the paper and go to implications and further work. First of all, I will start with intercompany data analytics. First of all, we have some current developments that are underlying our studies. First, data generation is growing in many companies because of more available sensors and data that is available on a very, very cost-efficient basis right away. Availability of data and analytics software is also growing. There are a few examples of software that is raising up to close the gap between data analysts and software engineers and also the business owners. Cost of acquiring data is decreasing. I already said sensors are getting cheaper, machines deliver more data by themselves, and availability of broadband internet is increasing. So there's no longer the issue to get the data to the analytics section. However, we see some issues by the layers of the companies, as we are seeing that the companies aggregate the data from the shop floor to their ERP and MES systems and aggregate the data in their own data platform. However, this data isn't interconnected within their own supply chain. So the data between these has a flow of goods and a flow of information, where the information like order acceptance or billing doesn't deliver the whole information from the flow of goods. The separation of this flow leads to error costs that can't be identified. For example, in our analyzed supply chain, we have an aluminum die casting company that gets their casting molds from a supplier that didn't deliver data. There's a lot of additional costs that are doubling and additional planning costs and negative company relationships according to errors. to see that this is a bigger problem, I have a study from the Hermes group in Germany, where they asked companies, about 2,000. 57 of them told that they share data with their suppliers or customers. 89 of them say they made improvements in process. 62 have reduced their costs by that, and 42% improved competitive position by sharing the data. At the same time, 60% of the companies told in the study that they mostly use email systems to organize data exchange. Only 50% use common management systems, and only 14% of the asked companies routinely exchange data with their suppliers. So we asked, what are the barriers? First barrier identified is a lack of trust in their suppliers or customers, so that they don't misuse the data. The cost of implementation was raised by 51%, and the lack of human resources or decentralized control, 46%. Security concerns and lack of willingness of partner companies have been mentioned with 42%. At the same time, 75% of the asked companies see cooperation as an essential success factor in the future. So data ecosystems is one way to solve the connection on the technical side. First of all, I will give you a short introduction. Data ecosystems are defined as a complex social-technical network that enables collaboration between actors in order to share, analyze, and monetize data. So to sum it up, a data ecosystem is an infrastructure that enables interaction between individuals and companies. So they can find a stage where they can talk to each other. It enables fast collaboration. It can reduce the individual transaction cost because there are some processes that are a lot faster and a lot less cost efficiency, for example, by finding a sourcing party. There are a few examples in other domains than the manufacturing sector, like health and health management, banking and finance, agriculture, IoT, or smart cities. There are also some existing ecosystems with focus on the manufacturing sector, but we found that one of the key needs of companies is to preserve their data sovereignty whilst short introduction. Federated learning is hello. Federated learning is a technique which allows a privacy-preserving analysis of data that is not aggregated. So there are basically two separate kinds of FL. First of all is vertical federated learning, and second is horizontal vertical learning, where the difference is mostly that the one issue of the horizontal federated learning, we have different samples but same features. So that you know this, for example, from a smartphone, where there is a picture recognition, like face recognition, and the face recognition has the same features, since the pictures have the same format and the same data structure, but the pictures are all different. On the other hand, we have the vertical federated learning, where there are the same pictures, for example, but with different data structures. You can see it like a product that goes to two kinds of production systems, and each production system has its own features that will be measured. So in most supply chains, we have vertical federated learning as the major approach. There are rare examples of usage of vertical federated learning in other domains like agriculture sector, e-commerce, or banking. examples show that the usage of federated learning can improve the decision making in these areas. So we ask ourselves, how can we bridge the gap between the existing data ecosystems and an approach to integrate privacy-preserved federated learning into these systems. So first of all, we conducted a literature review to identify data ecosystems that may already solve the issue or would be possible prototypes for that. In our paper, we choose 5 ecosystems that we describe more. The Big Data Value Association, the International Data Spaces, the Gaia-X project, and the EU Giant project, as well as the Project 44 from the United States. For the further work, we selected Gaia-X and EU Giant for the investigations and for the prototyping. So now I will present you our first. Sorry for that. So
1
now I will
minute. There's
present
1 minute
you.
to go. 1 minute.
1 minute. Thank you very much. So I will give a short overview. We integrated new services in the Gaia-X catalog infrastructure and used the self-sovereign identity already provided by the infrastructure to connect the clients with each other. This should enable seamlessly integration of new partners, and also we would benefit from open data that can be added from the catalog. In the EU Giant, we only were able to integrate horizontal FL because there are vertical issues allowing the connecting part because we cannot identify data sources over different subsets. For further know, you can read the paper or ask on behalf. So now I will give a short implication for the work. So our study explores the benefits of federated learning in 2 manufacturing data ecosystem. We found that many sectors already take usage of privacy-preserving technologies. Despite needs, most current ecosystems does not support federated learning, and we can also see that there are a lot of challenges in the manufacturing sector due to standardized data structures and large data volumes. We found that many processes had to be performed outside of the existing environment because of the lack of support inside of the systems, and we emphasize the importance of further research, concepts and application and examples to improve usability in ecosystems, since many manufacturers need these to prevent or to preserve their data sovereignty and their business key business decisions. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I would be happy to answer any questions, and yeah, thank you
We
very
will
much.
reserve the questions for now. Next on stage, let's have, for the purpose of time, we are running 1 hour behind time. We still have a few more presentations. A physical presentation by Jambosco. Allow me to reserve the questions for the time being. Jambosco, allow me to give you 8 minutes, not 10. Is it fair? No problem. I like this guy. I'll just give him his official 10 minutes. But he is allowing me to take 2. Technical team, Jambosco's PPT. Jumbo score, is there a problem?
I was waiting for the PPT, but if no problem, I can start.
Start. As John Bosco is starting,
Yeah.
Michael Ochiel, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
I'll give you 6 minutes. Fair enough?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Our paper title is Exploring Opportunity, Risk,
Can you see my screen?
Constraints of Generative Artificial Intelligence tool used in a learning institution, a mixed method study.
Michael Ochiel, you will be next after the physical presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The higher education is increasingly require digital changes that present more educational challenge to students and researchers. So, technology significantly affect student and researchers' engagement in learning and teaching, as well as learning outcome and skills development. So, some problems raised about generative artificial intelligence, which are increasingly being used across various fields, including education, where these tools present a significant opportunity for enhancing learning, creativity, efficiency, and also bringing about a challenge related to ethics, academic integrity, and equitable access. The other researchers has done so many things about in response to the rapid evaluation of educational technology that are affecting today's activity relating education and research. To foster a productive and diverse learning environment, it is imperative to understand the role and implication of generative artificial intelligence technologies. An overreliance on artificial intelligence could result in the outsourcing of cognitive work, transforming individual from engaged processor of information into passive consumers. Okay. So firstly, SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, offers exceptional changes to transform controversial teaching approach and promote student participation and critical thinking, especially when it comes to the ethical issue underlying generative artificial intelligence. That result after in connection with education and the AI, artificial intelligence, to generate learning about artificial intelligence, learning with artificial intelligence using artificial intelligence too. to learn about running, and for preparing for artificial intelligence. Those result in analyzing on how generative artificial intelligence may affect educational competencies like in communication, creativity, and problem solving. Next, please. Next. This work presents the findings of a study for exploring the opportunities, risk, concerns of generative artificial intelligence tools used among students in higher learning institutions, especially in Rwanda. Some question has been raised. What are the generative artificial intelligence tools mostly used by the students in higher learning, and what has the impact of these tools, the benefit, the risk which associated with generative artificial intelligence that are currently in use. Lastly, what extent has been used of generative artificial intelligence tools influence the student critical thinking and writing?
Just summarize whatever you have.
Okay. The methodology used was based on qualitative by setting the questionnaire and give them to the participants, and the analysis has been done. So after analyzing the results about the respondent awareness by using generative artificial intelligence, 80% are aware of using generative artificial intelligence. And for all, 65 of the respondents indicating that they have used ChatGPT, which is the most used by the student when they are working. So about the purpose of use and the level audience, the generative artificial intelligence
Possible. Is it possible that you could just go to the findings? Because this methodology is too long.
Yeah.
For the purpose of time.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Yeah, okay. The generative artificial intelligence was used mostly in research, according to the participants, and almost over 200 respondents has indicated that they used them in research. The others generating idea, almost 100. And the risk was about only about plagiarism. There's a student that use this technology of AI, they are not aware about plagiarism and even data privacy concern. They are not concerned about the data privacy, and even that can drive on lack of critical thinking. Because of that, among the respondents, from the analysis, some of them almost 100 accept that they use those are generative artificial intelligence. The other disagree. This disagreement indicated that it is better to use that generative artificial intelligence, mostly ChatGPT, but also cause problems, as I said, relating to the plagiarism and data privacy concern. As a conclusion, ChatGPT has been used to transform educational scene by enabling university student access and video and learning resources, and greatly enhance student academic performance, particularly in research and individualized learning.
Please conclude. Please conclude for us.
Concluding. Because of these consequences or risk, it is recommended that educator and student can appropriately use generative artificial intelligence tools to improve the educational experience by appreciating both benefit and limitation.
Thank you. Thank you. Michael Ochiel, are you there?
Yes, I'm there.
Wonderful. Clap for this guy as he comes on stage. We agreed on 6 minutes, right, Michael?
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll do my best, yeah.
Much obliged.
Can you see my screen?
Put it on presentation mode.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Michael Ochiel, and I'll be presenting our paper on predictive analytics-driven battery management system for sustainable e-mobility in East Africa. The authors are myself, Michael Ochiel, Godfrey Naman, Dr. Ramadhani Sinde, and Professor Michael Kisangiri. So for the introduction, I think most of people are aware of the e-mobility space that is fast growing in East African region. And most countries are importing a huge number of EVs. The issue is most of the EVs arriving in the East African market are second-hand, meaning they have been used and their batteries are nearing the end of life. So the issue arises whereby once the vehicles come over here, what will we do with the batteries that are at the end of life, which is a problem that is slowly picking up growing in the region. So there are some studies that have shown that these batteries, once they are no longer usable in the first life, they can still be used for second life or applications that are not as energy intensive as traction purposes. You can see I've already explained that the growing number of EVs for the problem and what to do with the batteries once the vehicles are near the end of life. There's an illustration of the number of vehicles that have batteries at the end of life, as you can see from the image below. So for the literature review, I looked at some of the works that have been done in this area, and some of them are works by Castillo's all, who designed an embedded system for the battery monitoring. However, the system did not have remaining useful life estimation, and they did not do predictive maintenance to assist with the tracking of the battery health. Works by Crote et al. As well used MQTT and Node-RED to monitor the battery discharge. But this was a specific system designed for robot scenarios, so was not usable for all other general second life applications, which is mostly for the energy storage. Works by Cho et al. Was in line with the railway transport. They were looking for a way to reduce emission for rail, and their work as well did not look into remaining useful life estimation and the battery life cycle to help in monitoring these second life batteries. The works by Su as well did not include provisions for battery health monitoring. And Gao, their work to ensure safe operation of batteries and the by specific state of charge estimation, as well do not include the cell aging and remaining useful life estimations. So the system designed involved having the battery pack and the sensors that will pick parameters of the battery, which were the current sensor, voltage sensor, and the temperature sensor. So this information was transmitted from a microcontroller to the remote side where the analysis was done and the remaining useful life and battery state of health estimations are done as well on the cloud side with a web app so that the user could monitor the parameters of the battery from a web application. So this was the hardware design. You can see the number of sensors, the voltage sensors, the current sensors, as well as the temperature sensors,
Unfortunately,
all linked via STM.
Hello, you are not moving. Your slides are not moving.
You can't see my slides?
We can see the opening slide.
Sorry.
Share the screen, full screen, and go direct to the slide you're talking about. The presentation mode.
Can you see now? Hello, can you see my screen now?
Yes, go direct now to where you are and proceed.
So this was the system architecture, the sensors and the microcontroller all linking to the remote side where we have a machine learning model that was used to make predictions on the battery state of charge and the remaining useful life estimations, after which the information are displayed to the user on a web application. And this was the hardware design of the whole system. So for the remaining useful life estimations and the battery state of health estimation, a model was trained to do the predictions, a machine learning model. So some of the models that were tested were stacked ensemble, which involved a random forest model and SVR model combined together with a meta learner to improve on the accuracy, as well as a random forest models, SVR model, decision tree, gradient boosting, and linear regression. So of all these 5 models, the stacked ensemble model performed better than all the others, mainly because it was a combination of the random forest and SVR. So the weaknesses of each of the models complemented each other to improve on the accuracy of the final model output. But despite that being the case, in the deployment stage, the stacked ensemble model took longer processing, meaning that since these are a system that was operating real time and getting a lot of sensor data, it will bring issues with the reliability on the system. So for the deployment case, the random forest, which had slightly better processing time without a lot of compromise on the accuracy, was selected for deployment on the final system. As you can see, there are a graph of the time and the accuracy of the top 3 models. So the system was then evaluated, and simulated for a case of 1,000 users to see the response of the system and how long it will take to process a single request if there were 1,000 users simultaneously active on the system. And the average response time was 30.86 seconds to get feedback from the system for 1,000 users. So for the conclusion, the developed system enabled the preemptive maintenance of end-of-life batteries, as well as integrating hardware and allowing for real-time monitoring of second life battery in the second use stage. So future work would be to optimize the model or to improve the accuracy as well as to lower the processing time of the model to ensure the most efficient model can be deployed without compromising on the reliability of the whole system. And those are some of the references. Thank you. I'll welcome questions now.
Thank you very much. This marks the end of our presentations in MH1. There is only one presentation which is not done. I'm requesting for a second to consult whether that presentation will take place or not. I've been allowed to give out the last presentation. Fortunately or unfortunately, it is me. How much time? 5. You guys, okay. I already took my time. Fine. I will try to summarize it in the shortest time possible. This presentation by Dr. Jonathan Kinyanjui Gugi is on AI tools on sustainable management. AI tools on sustainable management, paper number 44. As I wait for the PPT, artificial intelligence, AI, has emerged as a transformative technology, playing a critical role in advancing sustainable development. And this paper is going to examine the AI tools and sustainable development, focusing on key areas such as environmental protection, resource management, social well-being. By leveraging AI, we are saying that climate change mitigation, biodiversity conservation, and waste management, we can be able to significantly benefit using these tools. Technical team, I'm waiting for my PPT. I'm also proceeding to say that AI contributes to societal well-being through improved healthcare, personalized education, and effective disaster response. Despite its potential, the implementation of AI in sustainable development faces various challenges, including data privacy, algorithm biases, and the need for adequate infrastructure and expertise is therefore very important. Addressing the challenges is crucial for maximizing AI's positive impact on sustainability. The technical team had some hiccup, but I know they have resolved it by now. I'll proceed with where I had left. There is one diagram that would be very good if all of us saw it. It's on Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, which discusses poverty, hunger, health, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, renewable energy, good jobs and economic growth, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumptions, partnerships for the goals, peace and justice, life and land, life below the water, and climate action. This one is what I wanted to discuss in this paper and find out what are the challenges that are involved. For a start, I wanted to define what is our climate sustainability. I'm still waiting for the PPT, but as it comes, sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. So whatever we do today doesn't have to affect the next generation that is coming up. Using AI, we are going to handle all these solutions. But then the paper focuses on the challenges. If we go to the next slide, we are going to see that AI for environmental protection is used in various aspects like resource management, society well-being, like I had mentioned before. And with society well-being, we are handling health, we are handling education, and disaster response. If you proceed, AI is also going to be used to handle issues with environment protection, climate change, for example, biodiversity, waste management, and so on and so forth. AI, again, on resource management, you're going to mitigate water resource management, agriculture, and urban planning. Now, there are several case studies. I took 3. One is migratory of the birds. Their motion, as you can see from the diagram, they form a V shape. This technology from the birds has been implemented into AI and human activity to implement the V formation of the fighter jets and such. Another case study is pollen-based flexible materials for eco-friendly electronics. And my third case study was the Venus flytraps, which has inspired robotics for precision and efficiency, normally used in hospitals during surgeries. And what are the challenges? The major challenges with AI implementation is data privacy and security. And this has been the major question everybody is asking. How safe is our data? Yesterday we had a presentation about we give data for free, and when you want to receive the data back, you have to pay for it. So this is one of the issues. You have your mobile phones, your smartphones, you present the data with a chat, and you don't know how that data is going to be used, either against you or for your own issue. With AI comes bias with algorithms. Recently I've seen that it's only Africans who are meant to be dirty and black and tattered according to AI. Go try to search an African versus an European farmer. You'll see a boy in Gideon boots and some very nice cape and a golden stick, while a nomad boy will be seen with tattered clothes. Infrastructure and expertise is another challenge with AI, whereby we need to study further and improve on our infrastructure in terms of skills and AI development. There is also another challenge with ethical consideration. With this one, we're discussing importance of transparency, accountability, inclusivity, as we had discussed earlier on in the panel. And with ethical consideration comes the need to address the digital divide to ensure equitable access to skills and effective AI technologies. Further, we may find a few more other issues like where AI is supposed to be used and where robotic is supposed to be used. I've just done a recent research and I realized that robotics and AI are like opposites. They are like warring. There's a fight between AI and robotics, and some people are thinking, now this AI is going to take over human beings. So that being the case, I would want to conclude and see the future topics that we could discuss, starting from industrial Internet of Things, integrated management of smart cities, smart services, connecting the smart vehicles around the cities, robotic and artificial intelligence integration, where we have various other aspects that could be discussed. So I'm saying the future of AI in sustainable development lies in continued collaboration across sectors, be it government, private, and academic institutions. And this must work together to harness AI for the global good, advancing infrastructure, reducing ethical concerns, and creating equitable access to pivotal for AI's positive impact on sustainability. By addressing these challenges and pushing boundaries of current AI technologies, the world can move closer to achieving sustainable development goals, the SDGs, across all regions, and especially around East Africa. This was not really a question that I expected, a paper that I expected questions. Rather, it was a conclusive kind of a paper, unless there could be any question. Thank you so much for all your presentations. This moment, I want to hand over the microphone to the chair to take us to the next session. Dr. Pankras, get it.
Thank you very much. Dear members, you know that we are waiting for the other members who are in the room, in the other room, MH4. There, one presenter left. One presenter left. It means they are still waiting for one presenter to get done, and they will join us here. But meanwhile, we are lucky and happy to be with the Director General of Higher Education Council here in Rwanda. She joined us, and we are together. Now I'm calling upon the Vice Chancellor to welcome him, to welcome her, and later on we will be continuing to tell you the criteria on which we best to award the best paper presenter. Then after she will give us the closing remarks. Dear Vice Chancellor. Okay, it is wished that we can be waiting for others who are in MH4 room. Then afterwards, we will be proceeding with the further step. But meanwhile, I can be telling you the criteria on which we are going to be based on to select best paper presenters. Number one, you know that we have scores. Those papers got scores from reviewers. We've been waiting for reviewers' feedback, and after we got to them, those papers are ranked based on scores. Then we will consider those scores. Then after, we will also consider regions from which those paper presenters are coming from to make sure that we have shared those awards. But also, we considered whether the presenter is a student or a lecturer. It means we know that lecturers are best. They have been spending much time in the research, and their innovation is not as excellent as those students. That's why we considered also that criteria to see whether you are a lecturer or student. It's not only that. We need to see if you presented physically or virtually. You may be facing some challenges while presenting, depending on internet problem, depending on the area in where you are located during the presentation. Of course, whether you face challenges or not, we should also consider that criteria of presenting either physically or virtually. Also, we considered regions. You know that this is international conference. We have people from different areas, namely, we have people who are coming from East Africa, entire East African region. We have people from North African area, especially those from Egypt. We have people from South Africa. We have people even from far away from Africa, including Germany and South Korea. We have also people from Ghana, you know them. So those areas, though the number of best paper presenters to be awarded is not that big, you have only four awards, but we will try to consider all those criteria. Then we make sure that we did not skip any criteria during the awarding. It means we will also summarize the resolutions. We have some resolutions. Yesterday, we got keynote speeches from different officials. We tried to pick up, to catch some resolutions, and we summarized them. Of course, those resolutions, the most of them are based on the theme of this international conference, which is embedded and mobile systems for sustainable development. We had also panel sessions. Those different panel sessions, people shared ideas in different ways, and we tried to share ideas, and they gave recommendations. Those recommendations, we tried to group them, and we filtered, we selected key recommendations which we should take back home as key recommendations of this international conference, which is really very important, especially in ICT and embedded and mobile system area in the region or worldwide. So another issue we got also, we had people who could have been presenting, but they suddenly stopped because of different issues. It doesn't mean that we will not consider them. We should be also considering those problems while evaluating the best presenter. And of course, they have scores. We have a small team that is now working on that, and very soon they are going to give us the results. I can see that the members who were in the other room are coming, and dear the Deputy Vice Chancellor, are they done? Okay, thank you. It means even in the other room they are done and they're joining us. We are now waiting also for the group, that group evaluating the best paper presenter. Okay, please come quickly so that we can hear from the evaluators, because we need to hear from evaluators their report about the best presenter. Then after, we will let the Vice Chancellor welcome the Director General of Higher Education Council here in Rwanda to give us concluding remarks. So, is Dr. Gatera there? Is Dr. Gatera there? Dr. Gatera and his team, please make sure that we need the result from your evaluation. We need the result from your evaluation. Dr. Gatera, I can see he's coming now. Dr. Gatera. I think you have already compiled all scores, and we need to hear from you about the results of best presenters. Then, after hearing from you about the results of best presenters, then we will move to the next step. Are you ready, Dr. Gatera? Okay. Please get settled. Get settled, please. Please get settled. Okay. For best presenters, you will be awarded certificate of best presenters, best paper presenters. Then other issues, other affairs will be processed later. I mean the price corresponding to that certificate will be transferred later. So you will be receiving the certificate of best paper presenter, then we will proceed others later. Okay, let us hear from Dr. Gatera.
Hello, good morning. Uh, uh, a team has preferred and referred to reviewers and also physical presence for presentation. Authors of a predictive analytics driven battery management system for sustainable e-mobility in East Africa, presented by Mikael, was one. Then the other one, the second one was the paper presented by Jean-Philippe Awick. Jean-Philippe Awick, paper called Enhancing Data Integration, a research design proposal for end-to-end product entity matching. The other one was the paper presented by Yvonne Wamahirwe, Design and Development of an Internet of Things based smart monitoring system for community waterways in Rwanda. The other one now is the paper presented by Samuel Kolanteg, Richard Characterization and Pollution Index as a tool for landfill management. The case of Nsumi Waste Facility in Accra, Ghana. So those are the 4 papers. Thank you.
Okay, I was telling about the criteria on which we based on. And we wanted, first of all, to see whether those are students. And we did not focus much on lecturers because we know they are already excellent. If you are a lecturer, if you are a professor, and then you do not find yourself into those best paper presenter, it's okay, feel okay. And our student, we wanted just to see whether we have best innovators, best presenters from our student who participated in this conference. So now, let us request our Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellor of University of Technology and the Arts of Byumba, the co-organizer and the host of this international conference.
Is there a chance to say something? I raised my hand.
Hey, please, you are welcome. Please tell us who you are first of all, then you are welcome.
Yeah, that's Jorge Marx Gomez from Oldenburg University, Germany. I just wanted to be sponsored by German companies. You forgot to add that.
Only that, Professor?
Yes, only that. I think it's much enough.
Okay, thank you for awarding the best paper presenter. We have really understood, and we thank you for that good intervention. Now we are going to request our Vice Chancellor to welcome the Director General of Higher Education Council in Rwanda to give us some concluding remarks.
The Director General of Higher Education Council, HEC,
Dear Vice Chancellor of University of Juba and the Chairperson of the Executive Committee of IUCA, distinguished guests from Oldenburg, Germany, from Ghana, University of Ghana, from different institutions, university centers, from different countries and continents, esteemed colleagues, participants, and friends. As we approach the conclusion of this highly successful international conference, it's my distinct honor to privilege to stand before you as UTAB, as Vice Chancellor of UTAB. This conference has highlighted the immense potential of emerging technologies and mobile systems, not only to drive economic growth, but also to address some of the most pressing challenges in sustainable development. We have seen how these technologies are opening new horizons for societies worldwide. It has also underscored the importance of collaboration between academia, industry, and governments to foster innovation that serves to greater good. As we move toward the official close of this conference, I would like to take this moment to thank our very special guest, Dr. Rose Mukankomeje, DG of HEC, who is participating to this event. I would like also to invite her to deliver the closing remarks. Dear DG, you are a strong advocate for education, technology, and sustainable development in Rwanda, and we are privileged to have you, your leadership and insight with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Director General to the stage for the official closing remarks of this international conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. Today is my day. This morning I was just next year for graduation from one of our high learning institutions called the Rwanda Institute for Conservation Agriculture. And now I'm here for emerging, for IT, for those new things. So I would like to thank the organizers for this conference and appreciating your contribution. I participated. Yesterday, one of my colleagues was attending, and today I'm here. Other colleagues are busy. Higher education in this continent is a very demanding sector because we want it to be where others are. In order to be there, we have to rush, but we have to pay attention. There is a saying in Rwanda, if you rush very quickly, you can miss steps. So if you miss steps, then I wonder and we wonder if we can be where others are. So so during the 2 days, you have done an extraordinary exchange of ideas. You have talked about innovation, you talked about research, which are essential to shape our global community's future. To our keynote speakers, panelists, even session chairs. I would like to thank you specifically for your insightful contributions. Your expertise has demonstrated that this dialogue can make a truly a platform for forward-thinking solutions. And most importantly, you have demonstrated very well that Africa can do it. I would like to applaud for yourselves. We used to go abroad attending conferences, going in Germany, going in the US, wherever, international conferences. But today you are here, you have the same facilities, but others also are following because of this internet. The role of higher education, specifically high learning institution in this journey, is clear. I used to say that education is a backbone of any development. But nowadays, when I see even young people dying because of strokes and a heart attack, I'm now changing a little bit by saying, maybe education is the heart of any development. Because if you have had an accident, maybe there is one vertèbre, comme on dit en français, if there is something which is not going very well, it is possible. But when your heart is broken, everything stops. Now, education nowadays, I think we have to look at it as the heart of any development. Today, we are talking about artificial intelligence. I see kids coming to see me. I want to go and do my master's in artificial intelligence. The kid has done maybe mathematics, but they have no basis in biology, in neurology, even in languages. When to be able to work and to demonstrate that you are capable in everything, you need to be able to understand how the brain is functioning. Because artificial intelligence, what it is doing what we have requested it to do. Here in Rwanda, when there is a problem of IT, they are telling you, what do we say? The system. It is the system. As if the system is working alone. Maybe we have not been well in programming. There is some functions which are missing. But this is the system. The system of Bish. Think. You are there. You are here as a high learning institution representative. They do what you have put in. And you are the only one who can rectify. Because if you don't rectify, the machine will not do it itself. The machine is doing what you have requested it to do. So I think my contribution here is to request to you, as people, if we want this continent to develop, to be where others are, we need to work very hard, as our president is always telling us, but also to be able to use the machines. I don't know if sometimes we are frustrated. You go at these machines, ITM, you go for paying with your card Visa, and there is a problem. They're telling you, this is they use it in Kinyarwanda by saying, as if the machine is responsible for what is inside. So I think in this world, which is hyper-connected, someone is sitting in your ears and is following the meeting. So you can understand how it is really super connected, though this world is super connected. Technology has demonstrated that we can communicate, we can do things, education, business, healthcare. The systems rely on what we have put in it. But we have to make sure that it is well done and it is well transmitted to the generation, to the users, in order to be trusted. So when you deal with data intelligence, what we have been working on, public high learning institutions, private high learning institutions, private sector, where we are, when we are users, we have the responsibility to work together and make sure that things are working very well in order to be trusted. And digital errors can disappoint us very much so. So I would like to, as a people involved in this, to make sure that we minimize the impact of these errors. And also being able to have alternative solutions. If the machine is not working, what do we have? Who can help us to rectify? Otherwise, if we don't trust, if we continue to register digital errors, people will not trust it and will not be where we want to be. Solutions exist, but we have to work on them and we have to predict. Building confidence is very important in these technologies, not only blindly, but we have to understand what is going on. From my side, I would like to congratulate University of Technology from Byumba for having organized this, and those who participated, people in Germany, people in Ghana, our Inter-University Council for the East Africa, and make sure that our kids, when they decide to embrace these technologies, there is something in it and they can learn. So together we can shape a bright future and sustainable development for our respective countries and for our continent. Our president is telling us sometimes we have everything, but we have our people dying in desert, in Mediterranean Sea. They are going to seek knowledge when they can get it here, and even jobs. The Asian tigers, we can learn from them. As we leave this conference, I would like to encourage you to continue developing partnerships. You have already forged it today and even before. Let us take these discussions, ideas back to our respective institutions and communities so that we can together build a more sustainable, inclusive, and technologically empowered world. Thank you once again for your dedication, your passion, and your shared commitment to the future of sustainable development. I look forward to the continued collaboration and future achievements that will arise from the foundations we have laid here. You are always most welcome in Rwanda, and may we continue to inspire one another in pursuing a bright, more sustainable future. By these words, I declare closed the second international conference on technological advancement in embedded and mobile systems, hosted by UTAB and held in Kigali Convention Center from 19th to 20th September, with the theme Emerging Technologies and Mobile, Embedded and Mobile Systems in Sustainable Development. I thank you so much and all the best.
Okay. After closing remarks, I think the time now is not on our side. It's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. Then after, we will be going to Kigali Genocide Memorial Site, and let us please use time efficiently, because we should arrive there at 3 o'clock p.m. 3 o'clock p.m. Are we together? Okay. Okay, so let us go and enjoy our lunch. Then we meet for going there. Thank you. The venue is the same. The venue is the same as it is indicated on lunch voucher, which is OD Club Restaurant.